Hello, Primo, and to Sherlock. Hi. Gonna hopefully end this long ass case from Phoenix Wright and get a not guilty verdict. Hello. Hello. Yeah. Last time it took way too long to get this fucking case done. No. Need to do some investigating. More investigating. No, that was wrong. There. February 23rd Evidence room, Sector 3. Our investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. Here, in this blood, under the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Yeah. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So, let's choose the finger that will have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show it how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. We first sprinkle the aluminium powder around. Huh? How do you do that? With, it looks like that. It looks like that did the trick. The aluminium powder adheres completely to the print. You can do it at home with a bit of graphite. Just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. It might take some getting used to it though. It's fine. It won't go up your nose or anything. I hope not. Just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basic of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I better give it a try. We sparkle on the powdered sugar. Ah, you did it! You found one! But this looks nothing like a fingerprint, huh? Oh, now that you mention it, guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think that means we're out of luck. Out of luck? The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Oh no. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. It's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. Can't stay longer, friends. Forces me to leave the company. Oh no. Have fun though. While we're at it, why don't we look at the other prints? Other prints? Looking at the locker door again closely. It seemed there are fingerprints outside the bloody tent as well. Let's see if we find a clear print. Ah, fingerprints outside the blood. Yeah. Powdering the powder sugar. It's fun, it's horror. Oh no. Oh, look! More powdered sugar, and not the one you use for your nose. Yay! A print so clear it's dazzling. Dazzling? Anyway, this print it took a lot of effort to find. Let's match it right up. So we are not done yet? This is quite the process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? I guess she's right. Hi, Elm! Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth and point out the person you think left these prints. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it was? I could make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So whose fingerprints would be most likely to find on this evidence locker? No. That's Dick. So the prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Mr. Wright? He gave me this "so what" look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking, so what? Okay, so we came up with nothing this time, but there's always a next time. Sometimes you hit, sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Slide. This is where we got a luminal fluid reaction, right? Right! There was a handprint here. Okay, want to try using this? There goes eyes sparkling again. Check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's the spirit. Oh, but I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So what? That means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that aren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by a bloody hand. Somewhere I should dust. Oh! Putting all the powdered sugar there. We found something! Huh! I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we get a clearer result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Are we using the same finger? Ah. Do I just the same? No! But I have one issue with blowing the stuff away. The saliva. What about it? We found something. Oh. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? Marshall's fingerprint added to the court record. That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma? This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's print. The luminal reaction, the blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Which the last one from the first game? The one where the executioner prosecutor is getting prosecuted. The head prosecutor is getting getting prosecuted for the killing of the Detective Goodman. The nominal reaction, the blood. Oh! So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a white bloodstain. But why would Officer Marshall? It looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Well, don't believe it then. It's not my issue if you don't believe it. February 24th, 9:41 AM. District Count, Defendant Lobby number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed if I told them the truth behind the simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me. Much to regret. much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Guy? Huh? We found a trace of evidence of a certain person in the police department in the evidence room. They belonged to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. Ah, that's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Guy? Do what you have to do, Mr. Wright. 10 a.m. Court is in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... Huh? I'm afraid you have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department for the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Chris Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible. Physically possible, is it? What's more, I hear the victim from the evidence room just disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as a prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now, that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things. Even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let the trial resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to the stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Oh boy! Things are getting wild from the get-go. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Beacon, sir. My occupation is, that would be murderer, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I never Who the fuck let him have his, fucking thingy thing? I'll never kill anyone again. Sir, you gotta believe me, sir. Actually, what we'd like to hear from you is, sir, what you would call part of your younger generation, sir. Who let him have this shitty megaphone? A person whose action adults can possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins? Yes, sir. Give us your report on the day of the crime. Consider that an order. Yes, sir. As you wish, sir. After all, I'm part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. Is this is a dig against millennials? You can't fault him for lack of enthusiasm. Was it a dig of against millennials? Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Huh. So, the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto to others before they unto you. That's the Meekan's family motto, sir. I see. Then you fainted and a colleague helped you to regain consciousness. Yes, sir. He knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. What I need to hear some more information to work with. Mr. Beacons, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I am in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes, no, there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place on the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir! The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. I was to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. It was my sole mission for the day, sir. I understand that. I see. Sounds like a very important mission. I love the pets. Yeah. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around. I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, so that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct? Precisely, sir. I have one right there around my neck. So then your ID number should be listed on here, right? There it is, I found it! This is the one right here. Could you please read us the number? Yes, sir, it's 4... Right? I see, huh? But the number is shown as being used twice. Please explain, witness. It's no real mystery, sir. First time is when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get after everything settled down. I see. So it was during that second time when... Yes, sir! That was when I spotted the man on the security screen. So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you? It was a knife, sir! A knife! Detective Goodman pulled the knife on you? What happened then? Tell me. Well, was charging in on him. With me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was. You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into. That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this gash on my hand. Maybe if you just keep your cool with your hands wouldn't be. When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by its collar and I fought for my life. I did it. What exactly do you mean when you say you did it? I know I don't look like the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him. He took his knife and spun around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man. You heard it. If you want to be a real man, you need to close your eyes when you do something fucking fancy. Otherwise, it isn't manly. I see. He must have been desperate. The next thing I knew is his white coat was drenched in a sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew, yes, he punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another. About what time did you regain your consciousness? No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious. Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30. He hit me right in the head too. I woke up crying tears of pain. That's nice. I mean, it's nice that you recovered from this. Wasn't it that the honor has to be neutral on things and not be like, yeah, that's nice that you cried? When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir. Your mission? Yes, sir. The Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand. Well, I can call... we can all rest easy now. The judge switching around the words. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor. Only one thing remains unclear. What was the man this officer murdered really the victim? He's got a point. Yes, Officer Meekins? With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gant delivered it to me just this morning, sir. The chief delivered it? What is this? A videotape? Yes, sir. That's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
Objection!
What? But I specifically asked if there was such as a tape, and I was told it has been mistakenly erased. The plot thickens. That's quite a mistake. I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at. Looks like the communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim. Oh, please, stop using that word murder, sir. It scares me. A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? In this moment, the camera just slides there. I did not see anything. No murder happened here. No, I didn't see anything. Really, really good cameras. Well, I believe we are all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirred within us? What the hell was that wiggling piece of plywood? So, that's the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's a blue badger, sir. Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Yes, well, anyway, this tape seemed to prove that the witness did indeed encounter someone in the evidence room, and some thought of Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Mr. Meekins? Yes, sir, as you wish, sir. His face can't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprint too. I have a question. Every time he just hits his hurt hand, doesn't it fucking hurt a lot? The locker he opened is unquestionable Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it. You sure, buddy? What's this about fingerprints? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with the fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only open by the detective it belonged to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, the defense may begin it's cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradiction. That's where I have to start. However, the most important detail is not shown in this video. The man's face. Sir, if I may say something, sir? Please do. After all, you are the one being examined. I don't understand why the man's face is so important in this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir. Yes, you have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with this. Right, let's check the record. Is there a problem? There is a problem. Regarding the video contained on the tape, there's one thing in particular that seems rather strange. Strange? This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman. What? This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. Edgeworth? I propose we have the defense point out to this alleged contradiction in the video. You would want me to point it out? Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. Now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us the contradiction of use. I have to point out the problem with the video. In the video, this is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look at it and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video. How did this guy ever become a police officer? Well, sometimes I take everyone. Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Fuck. Okay. Take that! In the video, what's strange about this video would have be to do this with hold on a second, I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if... Don't look at me. Blurry eyes. Before your eyes get too teary, perhaps you should think this through again. Now what can I do? I find it super interesting how this saga managed to mix humor with the drama and of the cases to get a balance that you can enjoy and feel a bit histrionic. Oh, yeah. Play the video again. Just remember one thing. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. says the one who pointing his finger at us. Well, I will know. Mr. Wright, please show us. I have to point a problem in the video. This is the first time. Yeah. Ah, fuck. The thing that's so strange about this video has got to be to do this. Yes, it's strange. Certainly seems unnatural about it. What should it mean? Sorry to, but you seem the point. You're looking for this one thing and this one thing, something that indicates that the man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh yeah, Rio. I place him under arrest, sir. Rats, I need to slow down and take. That's annoying. It has. Why? This is annoying. And you have to be apparently pixel perfect. Oh, I'm just too stupid for it. The thing, huh? Yes.
Objection!
The point. Play it again. Ah. Take the glove.
Objection!
Why the fuck? It doesn't it take the take this? No! It's just... Pause the video at 43 and choose the falling glove. Present rubber glove.
Take that! Objection!
Wait, I gotta go and save.
Objection!
This evidence. Nope. Doesn't work. Wait. I just look online for a moment. Oh. Oh! I did something wrong. Oh. I don't need to put it back. We can bear with it, yeah. This one. The thing about Officer Meekins, sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the lock is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. So, if so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Why is it? Is the light on it? When the victim reaches for the handle, the locker opens. Let's rewind to a little earlier. The light is showing. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely, my honor, your honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Ah! Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, your honor. The locker wasn't locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know. It must have broken down. Of course it's not. I'm not an expert in this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensor would detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouths shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why wasn't the locker locked? Me, Your Honor? Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Maybe something like jammed the system sensor? Something jammed the sensor, say? There's something else that seemed too out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There gotta be another clue somewhere in this footage. Very well, let's inspect the video once more. The locker wasn't... Now I can use the glove. Please watch closely. This is the continuation of the part I showed you earlier. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker. But sir, it's been my experience. It's been my experience that things fall out when the doors are opened. I often fall out and draw. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with. What do you mean? The sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door? Inserted? This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor. Oh, I understand now, sir. It's just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me. But the object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would be also have to block electrical currents. It need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator. But that crime scene, that just might have something that fits the description. But sir, by insulator you mean? I think I finally got this figured out. Very well. Will the defense please present relevant evidence? What was this this thingy? I found this near the locker. Then... That's not thin. Nowhere near is it thin. But we can't be sure that was inside the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seemed to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. If not so, Officer Meekins? Sir! It appears so, sir. Order, order, order! So we to believe then that the victim whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman? Not to be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that the possibility and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins? Please testify about this. Huh? Sir? Me, sir? Not sure what you're referring to, sir. Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir. Is this a joke? Hi, Weston. Very well. Begin. Thank you for the follow. Thank you. Welcome to the chaos, where we all are just chaotic and sometimes a bit stupid. Very well, begin your testimony. Hopefully finally finishing the last drive from the first game. There's one thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. To enter the evidence room, one must use their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. Oh, good old Meekins. So, not good. Yeah, exactly. She's working on getting a death sentence for a party ticket. Exactly. Like, it didn't work with the Butts guy, that he got life sentence and the death penalty for something he was framed for. So, we try it now for Meekins. Only one Mia allowed, no other fake Mias. Yep. Mia, best girl. We miss her already in this case. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card. An ID card record, I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. Who's the 777? The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime, huh? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hands stand on the end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. There were only a few cases up for transferal there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. There. and we kinda miss Maya. So we could say Mia is the Pikachu of the franchise, and they bring new version of her in each generation. I don't think so. Mia is just there when Maya seems too desperate and loses hope, and then we solve the case. Wait one moment, Officer Meekins. I'm not good at waiting, sir. I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I meant the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report? It's only half completed, but it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report. Let me guess, you believe this something to be his ID card, right? Can't say for sure, but there's a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Meekins should should stand straight, not like tilted. I don't think it's good. Order. So now, what does this all means? It only means one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. He should really do a posture check. Order! What does the prosecution have? Does the prosecution have a response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room, Officer Meekins' encounter, was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim's lost ID card. Am I correct so far, right? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must eventually arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in this evidence room is also fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instance of the murder. Oh, that is... well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Well, it seems you finally realized exactly what you've gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explaining for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means the murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot at the prosecutor office. The murderer being Miss Lana's guy, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. As trustworthy witness, I observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Ah! Whoopsie! knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else, Lana. What do I do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. And didn't they somehow DNA tested the fucking blood on the floor? I mean, hand wounds can bleed like a bitch. However, it cannot be said that it's unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, large amounts of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witness for the incident. This is just might be the chance. This time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor, the defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh, who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth. The truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify is what is his or her name? Marshall. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel like we should hear what he has to say. The prosecution agrees to the defense request. Since he was responsible for the guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well, the court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is subpoenaed. Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? Yeah, we will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Hi. Yeah? Come here. There's no stopping you, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called from Jake Marshall. it seems you figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything. Lana, you're the only one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? Hi, Gumshoe. Hope I'm not interrupting anything, Pauls. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe. What is it? You got a lot of nerve, Paul, making a detective run all around while on duty. And to top it off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, detective. You better be, Paul. Hey, 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 hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor Sky. That's okay, so have you brought what I ask? Oh. You mean this, right? My apologies, detective. Due my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you, the chief prosecutor, were a witness in that case. Miss Guy was a witness? Files for the Joe Dark killing solved 2 years ago. Take it from me. You don't want anything to do with this serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma, but why? Why is your name here? What? My name is in here there? I don't know, unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, the SL9 incident is dead. That's the classification number the police filed it under 2 years ago. The rest of the world knew it as the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No! No, Lana! That's over with. No! Emma, wait! She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry, Paul, I'm out of here. My people need me. Whoosh! And Detective Gumshoe died on the way to his home planet. The end! Jake Marshall, Angel Starr, Damon Gant, Miles Edgeworth, not to mention Lana and Emma. Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you just might be able to figure it out. Time to go back to the tribe, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I'd better take a good look at this file. To be continued. Whee! No, I want this. Yes. February, blah. We are not now alone. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witness to the stand, the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, Potter? Oh, I'm just a man as you, wandering the trails of civilization, occasionally helping the elderly cross intersection when needed. Yes, we got it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind calling it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. No, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You were in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. On the day the crime took place. Is this correct? According to the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperado's soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony on the day of the crime. In plain old English. Will he use plain old English, or will he use some weird ass cowboy language? My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchid. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Besides, the room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at the street side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man. So if you're out of ammo, it's time to hit the trail. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean, the security IDs and cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Yes, well, what about the fingerprint activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He's not that good with machines or with following orders. Why has he still have his job then? Wait. When Meekins got the job, then yeah. Everyone got their weaknesses. Now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he's all yours. Thanks. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd that is you being called on to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime, and yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large tray behind at the scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Huh! Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I am the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respect, that is. Make my rounds about once in a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. Or if I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. A luminal test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall, it seems to me there ain't a person in this room with their head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall, about the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well. You may begin your testimony about your fingerprints found at the scene of the crime. Oops. Like I said, it's only natural. My fingerprints to be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the blood-stained handprint. The murderer touched the locker where my fingerprints was by chance. The bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. Oh my gosh. My cat is making biscuits on my carpet. Oh my god, that's so cute. Someday he will be a cat cam. Oh my god. That's so cute. Oh my god. Someday they will set up a cat cam. But for now, it's always on the Discord. See, I had nothing to do with it. Aww. Sweet little baby. Even she's an annoying gremlin sometimes. Huh, witness explanation appears valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be fun without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy is hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Press. That's because, how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. That and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was detective. The locker I still use. That's in there now. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. I see. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over the locker. Apparently, his fingerprints data was never removed from the locker, from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever knowing it. How did you know that? I may be a loner, but I still do my job. I keep up on the reports. There was a bloodstain at the scene, though to be left by the murder. Thought to be left by the murder. That's right. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. Huh. So that would mean the murderer, wearing gloves, happened to place their hands on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint? That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. Buzzards? There's only one reality, and this is this. It's the security tape. So long as my trail isn't there, you can't say otherwise. This is getting us anywhere. Mr. Wright, please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, that video is only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Places you can't see. The camera is panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in this video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Very well. Allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Now then, let's have another look at the video. Sure, it's incriminating. Fight like Sims. Well, there. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. The days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lies in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth sticking out, that was the witness, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Oh, it isn't there. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What is the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. How dare he? Hold your horses, partner. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. Why? So what if my locker was opened? That doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened a locker and stuck it in. It's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a wanted man? This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call your bluff. You say you... I've opened that locker. Now prove it. Fingerprint sensor? We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detective they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe didn't mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, what do you have to say in 8 words or less? He's eating beef jerky? I only got 1 word. No! Order! Witness, explain yourself. If this is a joke, it's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you, this is no joke, Officer Marshall. No. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Ole, please answer the question. What is he now a bullfighter? That's alright, Officer Marshall. I believe I can figure the rest out from here. We can have a look at these plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room, yet Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, where are the witness? It seems Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right, the only possible conclusion. Well then, let's see. Where was Officer Marshall? There. Officer Marshall was standing right here. There, but that's the victim detected, where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. Correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in this video is Officer Marshall. It was you dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know it for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show his card, sir. Yes, and did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled out a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on the ID card. Oh, I get it. If he had showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective, unless you have hard evidence proving that I dressed up as the victim. Huh? I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright? Is he fucking jealous about the beard from the judge? Or why is he always bringing up the beard of the judge? I don't understand it. Please. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. Yes, you have. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. It seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ah! This can't be happening. So obvious he's the one. What can I do? Huh. It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I pass on to you what someone told me when I was starting out. When you run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics. For me, that would be what Mia used to tell me. Phoenix, try to think outside the box. It shouldn't look for the proof of that Officer Marshall was in disguise, but rather I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was opened in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open this locker. According to the defense argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime, then after the crime was committed. He opened his own locker for some unknown reasons. The fact that a white cloth was sticking out of the locker seems to indicate that he opened it in order to put his cloth inside. So, just what exactly is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well, let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. Please show us. Yeah. For some reason, you disguised yourself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know what to end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, if you were only half as persistent then as you are today, we all wouldn't have to be here now, would we? Officer Marshall, tell the court that what you did, all of it. All right, it seems the time has come. Marshall's confession. I had to do it in that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I stole the detective's ID card and dressed like him. I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. The supposed victim was really you? But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor on the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess, he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. Hands, cuts, bleeding like a bitch. When you say it, you mean, do you even have to ask, partner? The SL9 incident. 2 years have passed since that case was closed. It was going to be completely end with the transferal that day. Not if I have anything to do with it. That incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When the case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I wanted to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter at what cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? That day was my last chance. That's why Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it to look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transferal, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID card? I stole it that morning of the incident. So that was why that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's parking lot. The ID card was was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean, the fingerprint activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprint. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could get a rubber glove that just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have been opened the locker before Officer Marshall. You pulled the knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off. Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for no more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person. Misstanding a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID card. I'll have to think a little more about his race this year. Just fire him! When did Edgeworth get so much influence? Anyway, he threw himself at me and ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry that I had to turn out that way with me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Huh? So you knocked out Officer Meekins and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the cameras. So you did your research beforehand. Those who go into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security tape is erased every 6 hours. If all had gone as planned, no footage have been left. However, you bloodied your coat on in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig could have been up. I opened my locker and stashed it there. That was what was Officer Meekins doing during this time. What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So you're saying on that day there wasn't any murder in the evidence room. But the blood found at the scene clearly indicated a crime took place. What, are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me. And I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker? Actually, no, I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Miss Edward, where's that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Uh-oh! Someone gets fired! Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence. Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer, this is no small offense. Moreover, you're an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. I can't just be forgiven with a simple cut in salary. Not that the salary cuts are ever a solid solution, a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know you care so much about the SL9 incident. It sounds like you have been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name Marshall is mentioned in here. It's a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall? Yeah, I'm sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago, he received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors award. Now I remember. Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL case before I did. That's right, he was killed and the case fell into your hands. What? But what's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murder with Damon Gant, the then deputy chief of the police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dog, my brother, fought Drake and was killed. That was the first time Drake left any evidence. That was all we need. He was arranged and incinerated. The case was finally closed. At least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Dog. I knew my brother better. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it? That's your reason for your insane action? There's more to my brother's death than what the records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know that what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. My name is Jake Marshall. You killed my brother. Prepare to die. Yeah, exactly. And don't we forget to pull out a knife to shave our beard dry. And probably pulling out a gun. That's the last day of the SL9 case that could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguised himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Huh. The things happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It got to be more than just that. So, if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office parking lot was the real one, which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Skye. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But there's only one reason the defendant was not convicted yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. It seems to me this boy got to draw on you, Porter. All of the mysteries at the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. A sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Aww. I rest my case. Sir? It seems this trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disapproving all the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape was really a fake. But I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant Emma? Your Honor? Wait. Emma? Defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? In a sense, please, Your Honor. All I'm asking is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I give you 3. He's so nice. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. No, that she mentioned it. The names of both Sky sisters were in that file, but that's when I figured it out. I mean, that Officer Marshall was trying to do today that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing, the other handprint. You mean the traces of blood detective found on Detective Gunshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured out if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So I ran over there and looked at it again. So you did find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. But Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clues we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If you can save Lana, it's you. Me? Oh boy. Time's up. No, then, Mr. Wright. With regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the... Go ahead, Phoenix. It's your time to shine. No pressure. Yeah. Looking at the floor plans, the handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be more of use. But still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lana will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If I ever need to concentrate, it's now. What could be wrong with that handprint on Detective Gumshoe locker? Could there... I object? The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear that you're grasping, Mr. Wright, you've been staring pretty intently on the floor plan. Tell me, what's the problem then? Yes, it's strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something that hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn will completely change the meaning of the blood mark. Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on in the floor plans? This one. The pet, yes, the badger. What about the piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force, defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So what happens when you put him in? It's in front of the locker, doesn't it? This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. Well, what? That's right. So long as the blue badger is standing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint on this spot on the locker. What? So that means, just exactly what does it mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it. Mr. Wright, I think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? He put it down. It would be impossible to leave a handprint on the locker. So that means this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in. Well, just one moment. I will not allow such far-fetched balderdash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room, blood was spilled not once, but twice. But how? One time was captured on this tape taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which all trivial amount fell. The problem is the other time. Someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to be Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept this your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purported really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, who was posing as Detective Goodman, another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on that locker proves this. Very well, then tell us, when did this first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present the evidence? What shows... The crime took place inside the evidence room when the killer would have entered it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the Blue Badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, then it would be 4:40 p.m. Hey! Miles Edgeworth? Just, what have you done? I never figured it out. You had the nerve, boy. Drop the egg, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it couldn't have been me. Huh? Nope, ain't getting it. Huh? I'm afraid I don't understand it either. It's clear from the luminol test that the blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood was from the first crime was wiped away by the real murderer. I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining, 777. Let's talk about the lucky number, but wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room, since there's no record of this card being used beforehand? He must have entered along with the real murderer. That's only plausible explanation. He went in with 77777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 77777. There's 1 7 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card, at least at the present. What? Explain yourself, son. The ID number 7 belongs to someone with the rank of captain or higher. Someone who's so-called who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There's one situation which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted, an official charge. You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. That was fun karma. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay, let me ask you a question, yes? No, not to you, to her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid, she's been charged with murder. Of course we looked up her number, it's not 7. Don't play me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing about that incident. The SL9 incident? Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. Is that right? 2 years ago, did you really only use legitimate evidence? Oh, the plot thickens! Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for this trial. At the time, occasionally we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least I did. Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime in the law. The plot twists more than Sharknado. Yeah. I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. Before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant, what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During the trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the courtroom? Can you look at me and an investigator and that crime in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't! I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana! Even if it involved forging evidence. She learned from Fun Karma. See? That's what I'm talking about. No! No! Order, order, order! Order! Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to be wait until the following day. Oh man, there's not a single clean prosecutor. Apparently, HD Boy is pretty nicely. And do not do the dirty and uses this size of evidence and not fake evidence. Allegedly. So I'm so sorry, Mr. Wright. I'm so sorry what my sister said. What he deserves, blah blah. I didn't know. I never knew that the SL9 incident was just another name for the Joe Dark killing. Sounds like everyone heard about these killings but me. You live under a rock, Phoenix. Lana wanted Drake convicted so badly. That's why she used me. That's why she used what happened to me. What do you mean, what happened to you? It's all there in the file. Joe Dark's last victim was prosecutor Neil Marshall. When he murdered Officer Marshall's brother, he left behind an incriminating piece of evidence. But what did you have to do with those killings, Emma? The night prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered, Joe Dark tried to kill me. What? He tried to kill you? Officer Marshall's brother, Neil, was only trying to save me. So that means, yes, I was the witness in the Joe Dark trial. I didn't see that one coming. Yeah. It happened 2 years ago. It was right about this time of the year too. There was a terrible thunderstorm that day, unusual for the season. I was alone in my sister's office. We were planning to eat dinner together once she finished her work. Then suddenly, this terrifying man came bursting into the office. Joe Dark. It seems like he was running from someone. He pulled out a knife and screamed at me. I didn't know what was going on. Just then, Prosecutor Marshall showed up. Jake Marshall's brother. Joe Dark tried to take me hostage, but before he could, Mr. Marshall tackled him. Then, what happened then? I'll never forget it. Lightning struck and the lights suddenly went out. Suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed outside a window, lighting up the office for an instant. What I saw then burned a permanent picture in my mind. I can still see it now. Permanent picture? I don't remember the moment when Dark stabbed Mr. Marshall. So you weren't able to testify about that? No. I was only asked about when I was attacked. That must be why she made up that crime. Made it up? You mean provided bogus evidence? The prosecutor's office wanted that guilty verdict so badly. Lana forged the evidence and Mr. Edgeworth used it. Edgeworth? Yes, but I'm sure he didn't know anything about it. He couldn't have. He was being given false evidence. Even so, that's when it all started. The rumors about Mr. Edgeworth. I mean, it's all my fault. If I could have just testified properly, none of this would have happened. So it's true, even though he may not have known it. Edgeworth really was involved in falsifying evidence. After that case ended, Lana was never the same. She became cold like she is today. She must not have been able to face up what she did, especially not to Emma. What did you see in the instant that crime occurred? Drake knocked down Mr. Marshall and raised his knife. Neil Marshall was stabbed right in front of this poor girl. I don't remember what happened after that. Apparently I passed out. When I came to, Lana was cradling me in her arms. Poor Emma, you have been through so much. I couldn't bring myself to testify about that instant. I tried, but the words wouldn't come out. I drew a picture, but it wasn't any good. 2 years ago, you must have been 14. That's understandable. So, isn't there a psychologist who's being like the guardian, like, hey, I will testify for the minor who had go through this troubling experience, and yeah, why not? Rather let the minor go through this stress again and give them probably many mental health issues, because that's all it needs. Yes, minors with mental health issues, that's the way to go. I decided that when I grew up, I become a scientific investigator. I want to be able to fight crime with my testimonies and find the evidence to make an airtight case. That way Lana would never have to forge any. I see. I think I finally starting to understand what makes Emma tick. But there's still something that bothers me about that crime. Something puzzling. There's something that's puzzling me, Emma. What is it? You said you were in Lana's office at the time, right? That's right. Why then would a serial killer come running in there? Not only that, but he was being chased by a prosecutor? Oh, there's no mystery there. Joe Dog had been taken in for questioning that day. Taken in for questioning? You mean by the police? Of course, this happened at the police department. He tried to run away halfway through the interview and fled into my sister's office. But why did he run all the way over to your sister's office? Because the detective offices and the questioning room are right across the elevator. From the elevator? But Lana was the chief prosecutor, wasn't she? No, silly, didn't I tell you? 2 years ago, Lana was a detective. She was the best in the entire force. What? That's news to me. Well, Phoenix, you sleep on a rock, and I seriously envy you for that, because For fuck's sake, I don't want to be oblivious to life like you. After the Joe Dark case, she was transferred to the prosecutor's office and made chief prosecutor. Lana used to be a detective? I'd better have another talk with her. Detention center! Lana, Mr. Wright, it seems I keep causing you trouble. Falsifying evidence. I didn't think you were the type. Criminals don't mind playing foul. Why should we? But Lana, if you're wrong, an innocent person might be found guilty. Believe me, I understand the risk. Lana, Emma told me about you. Oh, about how you were a detective 2 years ago. And how the SL9 incident was the reason for you to transfer to the prosecutor's office. That's right. Could you fill me in on the details, especially about the unusual change of jobs? I suppose you have a right to know, Mr. Wright. A lot of revelation were uncovered at the trial today, not the least of which was the fact that this case is largely connected to another one 2 years ago. Evidence from that case was stolen as well, though I expected as much. I know how obsessive Officer Marshall can be. That trial, is it really wasn't fair, was it? I believed in you, Lana. I believe that no matter what happened, you always stick to the truth. It couldn't be helped, Emma. At the trial 2 years ago, I sold my soul. Well, all drama aside, the fact of the matter is, at 5:50, there was no murder at the police department. Tell me it's not true, Lana, that the witness, Miss Starr, said about you stabbing Mr. Goodman with the knife. Lana, I don't understand. Why won't you tell us? Emma, this doesn't involve just me. I don't think I've ever seen Lana so faced before. Detective Lana Sky. It's true. I was a member of the police 2 force 2 years ago. She was amazing. They still talk about all the cases she and Chief Gant cracked together. Chief Gant? He was the deputy chief of the police back then, but he still worked at the crime scenes. Damon Gant was everything I aspired to be. They were the best team ever. They solved crimes before the reports could have even be filed. Emma really idolized her big sister. But now you're chief prosecutor. What happened? I always planned on becoming a prosecutor. The reason I became a detective was to gain experience investigating crime scenes, so you could use that experience in court, right? Gant's help in the SL9 case was crucial to its resolution. After that, he became chief of the police and arranged my transfer to the prosecutor's office. Maybe I should ask more about this investigation of theirs 2 years ago. Drake investigation. Dark. Drake? 2 years ago, I was second in command of the detectives investigating Dark. Second in command, that means the investigation lead was Damon Gant, right? Yes, Deputy Chief Gant. And I shared the same office and the same investigations. They even had the same office! We led a team of the best detectives on the force. Detective Goodman, whose case it was, Jake Marshall, and Angel Starr. Did we learn last time that Miss Angel Starr wasn't the best? And she was just stupid? It was the first time Marshall worked with this brother. He was quite gung-ho. Without a doubt, Joe Dark was the serial killer. We asked him to come in for questioning. We were desperate for evidence. That was when his final murder took place, when he tried to murder Emma. Prosecutor Marshall was trying to save me from Dark. You see, the first person who happened upon the scene of crime was me. Now you tell us. First at the scene, Damon Gant and Neil Marshall were the ones questioning Dark that day. The investigation was in its final stage, and Dark must have suddenly panicked. So he waited until Gant and Marshall let their guards down, then fled the room. From there, he ran straight up to the office shared by Deputy Chief Gant and myself. That's where he found me. So you were the first person to run into the scene, Lana? It appears so. I was filing some papers while Gant and Marshall were questioning Dark. And when I returned to my office, I saw 3 bodies on the floor and smelled blood. 3 bodies? Prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who had the prosecutor Marshall, the victim Emma, who passed out, and the suspect Joe Dark. During the struggle, it seems Marshall struck a final blow before he died. Joe Dark had incurred a minor concussion and lay unconscious. What did he do? To be honest, I panicked. I picked up Emma, carried her out of the room, and just held her. Can't blame her after all her sister must have gone through. Let's give everyone PTSD! After that, I placed Dark under immediate arrest. Let me get this straight. You were all involved in the SL9 incident. That's right. Quite a coincidence, huh? I don't buy it. What are you saying? There's no way everyone involved in this trial was also involved in that incident just by chance. But that case was solved 2 years ago. At least one person went to extremes because they didn't believe it was truly solved. Officer Marshall, yes, his actions came as a surprise to me as well. Ever since his brother died, he's changed completely. No shit! Death in your family will fucking change your personality. Because, especially if it's a murder, you want to have closure. And it can lead to PTSD. But what do I know? I'm not a psychologist. I guess he wasn't convinced with the ruling against Joe Dark. Life doesn't end with the closing of a case. Everyone has to live for the rest of their lives with their memories. That case just might not be over yet. Emma was assaulted by Dark at the police department, right? Yes, in the office that Damon and Gant and I shared. The office that Mr. Gant now occupies by himself, the chief's office. Maybe we should have a look at the chief office, the site of the final SL9 murder. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Howdy, Bambina. Oh, Mr. Marshall. I never thought things would turn out like this way when I woke up this morning. I don't want to butcher that. You never know where life will lead you, Bambina? I should have known my luck had run out when old Billy dried up this morning. Billy? Must have been his pet cactus. Say, are you headed? Just over there, to the prosecutor's office for a little interrogating. It's a voluntary appearance, but we all know I won't be coming back. Sorry, but you can't go in the evidence room today, partner. But Mr. Marshall, why did you do it? Why do prosecutors head west? I appreciate his skill that he can talk while drinking water. If ever there was a case I needed to know the truth about, it was this one. Before you turn yourself in, Mr. Marshall, would you mind telling us exactly what happened? Huh! Looks like I won't be getting a steak lunch today. Dark trial. Something was fishy about that trial from the beginning. It wasn't just me either. All the detectives thought so. What do you mean, fishy? Some of the facts reported were inconsistent with the evidence we found. For example, the murder weapon. The murder weapon? You mean that switchblade knife with the broken tip? It was Joe Dark's, alright? But in the initial autopsy report, a question was raised. A question? The blade of the knife was not a perfect match with the wound the victim sustained. What does it mean? It means there's a good chance that the knife was not the murder weapon. However, in the report that was finally submitted, that possibility has been erased. Could the fact have been concealed with forged evidence? One case left behind scars on all of that case left behind scars on all of us. Same with the SL6 incident on Edgeworth. The scars that SL9 incident left behind. I got the looks, but he got the brains. He was the one of the best prosecutors around. I had just made detective when it went down. It was our first case together. How old was he, your brother? He was 27 at the time. He was awarded the highest honor that very day. The highest honor, you mean the King of Prosecutors? I knew it. What are you looking at me like that? That's an honor for a prosecutor. Mr. Marshall must have really been close with his brother. The day the SL9 incident took place, that wasn't the same day as... That's right, it was the evidence transferal. Interesting. It was drizzling that morning, and by nightfall there was a thunder. I can't believe 2 years have gone by already. I tried to steal the evidence so the case wouldn't die. Apparently someone tried to stop you. The Detective Goodman was murdered and the evidence locker was empty. There was something going on behind the scene in that case. We all knew that later. Every detective involved in that investigation saw one, save one, was taken care of. Miss Starr was fired and I was demoted and boxed away in the tiny room. What about Detective Goodman? If they did something to him, too, the commissioners would get suspicious. No, they were careful enough not to be too obvious. They? Who are you talking about? Don't get upset, Bambina. I mean Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant and Sky. The investigation leads Damon Gant and his second in command, Lana Sky. There wasn't a person on the force who hadn't heard of that duo. That case was the biggest step in both of their careers. After the case ended, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office, right? Yeah, Damon Gant and the new chief of police arranged for that to happen. She never had been the same since she left. My tongue. Ugh. Everyone who knew her said so. Chief Prosecutor Sky was totally different when she was a detective. Now that you mention it, Emma said something like that too. Tell me, what happened to my sister? Sorry, Bambina, but her secret is too well guarded. I never found out Lana's secret. It all started 2 years ago. So, there you have it. That's my story. Did you enjoy it, partner? It was certainly enlightening. There's one thing for sure I found out in court today. The boy Edgeworth isn't my enemy. He was the one who used falsified evidence to get a guilty verdict, but someone else was the one who gave him that evidence and planned everything. That someone is Damon Gant. Don't believe me? Well, I don't blame you. I won't even be a patrolman after today. Too bad I won't be around to work with you when you became a real scientific investigator. Adios, Bambina. Goodbye. This place is always pretty empty, but today it's deserted. That means everyone busy solving crimes. Oh, you're looking for the others. They are all in the conference room. Thanks. Wow, he actually talked to us. What's the chief prosecutor saying what she did and the decision about what to do about Mr. Edgeworth, not to mention our statement to the trial media and tomorrow's trial. There's more chaos going on than Thanksgiving and Christmas put together. I think festive is the word usually used for those. Sir, we like to have a look around Chief Gant's office. Just use the connecting hallway to the other building and take the elevator to the top floor. Really? You mean it's okay for us to go in there? I mean, we aren't police or anything. Girl! He said it's okay! Just stop it! Hey, you're right. You can't go into there. It's off limits. Now I see where Detective Gumshoe gets his unique charm. Well, what about? What are we waiting for? Let's head to the chief office. Why has he what is it called? Wait. An organ. Why has he a big ass organ in his fucking room? Office. He isn't in a church. Well, where am I? In the chief officer's office, silly. At least that's what it said on the door. Check out the pipe organ. That's real, isn't it? Hey, I used to take organ lesson in kindergarten. They used to call me Little Miss Bach. I thought I was a genius. I never could remember where the C was. Huh? Oh, it's you two! Chief Gant! What? I have so many issues with Emma. They could have fucking looked at the office if she wouldn't have played the pipe organ. They could investigate it. I'm pissed. Chief Gant. He put the paper he was reading on his desk. So, right though. Have you been swimming lately? No, I haven't. I have been kind of busy lately. I can appreciate it. I've had my hands full too with Mr. Marshall's misconduct and Lana's proactive statement. Proactive statement. Oh, you mean about the forged evidence? 2 years have passed since that incident. How the times fly. That big picture on the wall over there? That's a picture of Lana, Neil, and me. So this is Mr. Marshall's brother, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. We took the commemorate our. We took it to commemorate our work together. Something that is not right with the picture. I. Do we see it? Do we see it? Do we fucking see it? I can't quite seem to put my finger on it though. Anyway, I like to reminisce all day, but there are matters that need my attention. I'm going to lock up here, so let's go out together. Oh, but this office. It was a crime scene 2 years ago, wasn't it? That case has been long been over. There's no need to investigate it anymore. All the same, we'd like to have a look around. Perhaps you didn't hear me. I said here's no need to investigate it anymore. No, hurry up and get out. I have a meeting to attend. Thanks, Emma. Looks like we aren't welcome. It seems that the case isn't over yet after all. What do you mean? Chief Gant denied our request to search the crime scene. That means there must be a reason he doesn't want us to look around in there. You mean like a clue? There got to be a way we can get inside the chief's office. Hey, Paul! Detective Gumshoe, aren't you supposed to be in a meeting? I'm, just taking a breather. My feet hurt. From sitting too long? Actually, for serving everyone coffee. Poor Gumshoe. Poor Gumshoe. He has to run around and give everyone coffee. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe's still out of the loop. Say, have either of you seen Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? No? Why do you ask? He's under fire from the police department and the prosecutor's office. It's almost like the battles between you two in court. That sounds serious. Is it because of what my sister said? That's basically what it all boils down to. That falsified evidence 2 years ago. Now Mr. Edgeworth has the whole world after his blood. Yikes. Yeah. Edgeworth crisis, but why would Edgeworth be blamed? It's not like he knew evidence was forged. Lana Skye is the guilty party here, isn't she? Regardless, a prosecutor is responsible for the evidence they present in court. Not only that, but as you know, there have been rumors, a lot of rumors going around about Mr. Edgeworth. His amazing talent as a prosecutor kept him safe from those who don't like him. But now, with this, are there really so many people who hate him? In our world, only those with talent rise to the top. Mr. Edgeworth not only had that, but he's young. There's no better recipe I know for making enemies. Hey, Dick! Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Well, Edgeworth doesn't look like 22. He got a little bit much of gray hair. But I think the job is just stressful as fuck. Let's go out for lunch again sometimes. Might read? Yes, sir! You gotta take me back to that joint sometime. Okay, Dick? Yes, sir. It seems you don't have any problems with enemies. Yeah, well, I'm careful not to stick out. Anyway, I'm a bit worried about him. Under all this pressure, I'm afraid Mr. Edgeworth just might crack. Actually, I took a look at the file earlier with the coffee while the coffee was brewing. He seems generally concerned for Edgeworth. Well, did you find out anything? The only evidence Dark left behind during his final attack, you mean, when he killed Prosecutor Marshall, who was trying to protect some girl? Me? It seemed Detective Gumshoe never realized Emma was the girl. That's when he left the most incriminating evidence of all. Well, what was it? Oh, let me see. I think it had something to do with the murder weapon. Oh, I forget. Look at all the written. It's all written somewhere in there. Okay, his powers, hi Phoebe, of recollection never fail to impress. Maybe we should show him the murder weapon. It might jog his memory. Hi Phoebe. About this. Hey, what's that? It has a tag attached to it. It's with the label SL9 inserted on it. I believe this is this would be the broken murder weapon you were speaking of. What are you doing with that? Ever since that case was closed, the knife had been locked away in a locker. On the day of Detective Goodman was murdered, this suddenly disappeared from the locker and was found in Mr. Edgeworth's car muffler. That is it! Now I remember what incriminating piece of evidence it was. When you showed me that knife, it all came back to me. What is it, Miss Detective? Quick, before you forget again! Joe Dark was 42 at the time of the crime. He was just your run-of-the-mill businessman. A businessman? What made him take to serial killing? One day on his way home of work, he hit someone with his car. With his car? So it was an accident? An accident, yes, but it transformed him into an animal. An animal? He killed a man that witnessed the accident. A kid walked just then, so seeing killed as well. Finally, he turned himself in. It seems he was a pretty careless animal. Of course, this is all conjecture. There wasn't a single shred of evidence, so he turned himself in. But in the middle of the questioning of his questioning, he fled and murdered his final victim, the prosecutor marshal. That crime was witnessed by someone too, but luckily Dark was arrested on the spot. It's a good thing that last witness wasn't killed. That last witness, aka Emma. Murder weapon. This knife. It was Joe Dark's, wasn't it? That's right. We traced it back to the store he bought it in, plus it had his fingerprints on it too. But no one actually witnessed him using it as a murder weapon. Using it to murder anyone, right? That's where his luck ran out. When you take a good look at the knife, you'll see it's broken. You don't have to take a good look to notice that. Well, yeah, anyway, take a guess where the broken tip of the knife was found. That what did him in. Where was it? The victim near Marshall was carrying it inside his own body. It was found deep inside the stab wound. Did it match Dark's knife? You bet, down to the last fiber. That's pretty conclusive. Well, there you have it in a nutshell. That's all I know. Can I ask you for one more thing? What is it? If it's money, you need to ask Chief Kent. Yeah. No, it's not money. But it does concern the chief. His office is a crime scene, right? It's where Prosecutor Neil Marshall was murdered. The chief is now out and his office is locked. But we'd like to have a look around if it's okay. Well, any ID card can unlock the door. What? Really? But if I let a civilian in there, I'd be charged with breach of trust. Breach of trust? Simply put it, I can be can't. Oh, sorry, Paul. I don't plan to getting fired because of you. How about this ID card? It was Detective Goodman's. It won't work either. The data was deleted on the day he died. Oh. So in other words, Gumshoe is our only chance of getting into that office. I wonder if there's something we could show him that would change his mind. No one's here today, not even Miss Star. Everyone probably busy looking into what exactly went down in the evidence room. That must be where the detectives are, but we proved in court today that at the day of the crime, no one was murdered in the evidence room at 5:50 p.m. Yeah. I thought we were finally making some headway in our case, but instead it looks like we just ended up making Lana look even more guilty. Hang in there, Lana. I've got to find all the answers by tomorrow. I wonder if Edgeworth is back yet. There he is. It looks like he's writing something. What are you doing here? He sure was quick to throw that paper on the floor. Though a tough day in court, huh? Huh. I've had to live the past 2 years with rumors flying around. What's another allegation to me? Cheer up, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm rooting for you. That's Edgeworth for you. Always trying to hide his real feelings. So, what do you want? Unlike some people, I don't have all day. There's no excuse for what I have done. 2 years ago, I used false evidence to obtain a guilty verdict. That's what it all breaks down to, and nothing I can do to erase that fact. But you probably didn't know. I mean, that the evidence was falsified. The police department and the prosecutor's office share a bond of trust. If that bond is broken, we stand to lose everything. The police department's error is my error, my responsibility, and the prosecutor in charge. The fact remains the same no matter what excuses I might have. Mr. Edgeworth, I take pride in my work, so tell me why. Why has it all come to this? Even Edgeworth can keep this kind of emotion bottled up. Yeah, it would fuck with you. Are you sure? Are you up for the trial tomorrow? Huh. First last year's trial and now this one. It seems all you do is worry about me. To be honest, you're getting on my nerves. Don't be so mean to your husband. He's just worried about you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you can't just walk out on the trial. Tomorrow is the last day. It's too late to change prosecutors. I bet that's why my superiors are banking on. I never thought that case would come back to haunt me like this. What do you mean? The list of evidence, it seems too short. Most lists run twice as long, so it's only half as long as most lists. That's odd. After Neil Marshall was murdered, I became prosecutor for that case. I may not have been part of the investigation, but I knew what I had to do. Use the evidence I was given to prove the suspect guilty. That was really the only thing I had on mind that time. Say, we just saw a picture taken around that time. That picture, it seems seemed strange. Something seems strange about it. The day of the crime. Could you tell us again about what happened at that day? The day Detective Goodman was murdered? You've been participating in a ceremony over the station, right? I never cared for ceremonies, but I had to attend that one. Because you were awarded this? Those receiving awards can't exactly skip out on the ceremony. I finished up at the office in the morning, then drove over to the police department. You finished up at the office? Yes, just odds and ends and clerical stuff. I didn't plan on returning to the office that day. That was until I was asked to take something back. Take something back? This. Oh yeah, Chief Gaunt asked you to hold on to this, didn't he? Yes, it was a piece of evidence that in a case that was closed a half year ago. He asked me to bring it back to the prosecutor's office. That story we heard yesterday. So you came back here to the prosecutor office because the chief asked you to. That's right. This picture was hanging on the wall in Chief Gant's office. The prosecutor, Neil Marshall, had just started making a name for himself. Looks like he was taken. This was taken when he received the King of Prosecutors trophies. Speaking of that, there is something that bothers me. Yes, the trophy Mr. Marshall is holding. It's a little different than yours. Yes, you're right. Ah, I remember now. Remember what that was the official. That was what the official prosecutor's trophy looked until like 2 years ago. The story behind this design, this story, sounds interesting. Would you mind telling us? It's simple, really. Contradiction. That what the award based on. This award originates from an ancient Chinese tale. In Chinese, the word contradiction is written with 2 characters. The first being halberd, and the second means shield. Have you heard the stories? Me? Sure, everyone knows that. Why don't you tell it though for Emma's sake? Very well. You're lying. Long ago, in the kingdom of Chu, there was an arms merchant. One day he presented the king with 2 items. The first was a halberd, but he claimed to could slice through any shield or armor. The second was a shield he claimed could withstand any weapon. Huh. Wait a minute. Those claims contradict each other. Very perceptive, but again, you've heard the story before. Right. Anyway, as you mentioned, the very description of these items discredited them both. When the king pointed this out, the merchant was left speechless, and thus the Chinese word for contradiction was born. Okay. Oh, I see. So the chipped shield and the broken knife symbolize precisely. They symbolize the merchant's item. The ancient tale ends with the merchant at the loss for words, but in our nature to pursue matters to their conclusion, even if it's result in using as something as ugly as this. Wow, thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I learned something new today. That's funny. If that's so, why were you only given a shield? You'll have to ask Chief Gant. 2 years ago, he had the halberd part and the award abolished. Chief Gant. Okay. Hi, Phoebe. I wonder what he was writing before. Come on, Mr. Wright. Let's take a look. Are you crazy? Edgeworth is sitting right here. Just distract him. I'll check it out. Hey, Edgeworth. Is that Detective Gumshoe out of the window? Oh no, he's falling to the ground. Hold on. First, let me see what the girl is doing crawling around my feet. He didn't even look. What? A letter of... You're having trouble reading. I'll read it for you. It says letter of resignation. Resignation? Edgeworth? You don't mean... I'm tired, Wright. I feel as if something inside me has died. But Mr. Edgeworth, none of it is your fault. I mean, his hair started graying from probably a luscious brown, dark brown to a ash color. I know the path I've walked, you don't need to tell me, and the path I walked hasn't been just one. I can't forgive myself for what I have done, and no one else should forgive me either. Uh-oh, I think he's serious. Mr. Wright, please, you have to do something. This letter of resignation. I wonder if I can use it for anything. What? Goodbye. Excuse me. Would he either care for a quarter pound of roast beef? Mister, I guess she's out of lunches. You certainly are the curious sort, aren't you? Kind of like the first person who sucked a cow's nipple in to discovered milk. What? Still, I never thought you'd go digging up the case from 2 years ago. Everyone in this trial was involved in the SL9 incident. Not only that, but the murder occurred on the very day the evidence from the case was due for transferal. This can't be attributed to a mere coincidence. Aren't you forgetting something? You know, that little scene I happened to witness? The instant Lana stabbed Detective Goodman with the knife. No matter how much of the past you dig up, it won't change what I saw. Roast beef is meant to be savored when eaten. With star hatred. It all dates back 2 years ago. Why? Jodak, that's a name I'll not soon forget. Phoebe, what are you doing? Chaos. Yeah. We trailed him for half a year. Oh, the pressure. Still, I don't think I was ever more alive than I was then. Those days were steamier than a hot bowl of hot gravy. Poor old Jake Marshall, though, he must have been going through hell. You mean because of his brother's death? They were close, those two. After Neil died, something took over Jake. He became obsessive. Something. Seeing Jake like that made her all the more desperate. Her? Lana Sky, my sister? The best of the best were put on that SL9 case. Of course, they were led by that legendary duo. Lana and Chief Gant. After the case closed, that legendary pair was the reason we were able to keep up our investigation. That's why we were so shocked over how it turned out. You mean with the forging of evidence? Don't get me wrong, Joe Dark got what he deserved. Still, it was obvious that the evidence produced in court was being manipulated. It's the items our team never found would suddenly appear, while other items were kept in secret. But you don't have proof anything illegal was done. I'm proof enough of what happened. After that case, all of us, save Goodman, were relieved from our duties, most without with even so much as an explanation. Even Lana Sky transferred to the prosecutor's office and became chief prosecutor. Lana always wanted to be a prosecutor. Nothing quite as simple as it appears, huh? Lana Sky was merely being used as a pawn. That's my take on the matter. She was being used? Damon Gant and Lana Sky. Gant led the investigation, with Garner second in command. They were the best. They solved all kinds of cases together, didn't they? Damon Gant's magnetism in particular was most unreal. Almost unreal. His magnetism? By that I mean his ability to attract evidence. He produced the most incredible evidence in cases he handled. Huh. That sounds suspicious. Incredible evidence? You mean... Oh yes, there were rumors about them even back then. No one dared to confront him though. I take it she's talking about forged evidence. Back then, everyone looked up to Lana. All the detectives wanted to be like her. Really? Oh yes, myself included. I was a fool, really. She hated anything crooked, and away, and always watched out for the other detectives. That's why she was so concerned for Jake. Mr. Marshall. When Jake's brother was murdered, she felt as if she had lost her own brother. If it wasn't for her, I don't think Jake would ever have recovered from this shock. That's what makes it all the more infuriating. Neil and Lana had a love thingy going on, and that's why she broke down or something like that. I don't know. Mister. That's why I'll never be able to forgive her. Why did she have to turn so cold after that? Being used, Lana transferred to the prosecutor's office 2 years ago, didn't she? Yes, thanks to Chief Gant's powerful influence. Chief. That's right, having solved the SL9 case, his position as chief was secured. There was only one thing left for him to control, and then no one could stand him in this way. The prosecutor's office. What? You mean that's why Lana was transferred? If he could control the chief prosecutor, he could control the prosecutor's office. That must have been his goal all along. But how could he control Lana? I don't know, but one thing's for sure. Ever since the case ended, she's never been the same. It's only logical to conclude there must have been a reason for her to change. At last, I'm finally getting close to the bottom of this ugly mess. Thank you, Mister. You listen to me, Rookie. It takes more than just ingredients to create a fine cuisine. I hope you turn out to be a better chef than I've been. Yeah, maybe? You're back. You're still here? Gotta make 150 copies of these files. Brewing coffee, copying files. I'm turning into a regular DJ. You're a DJ as well? If I'm not mistaken, I think he means desk jockey. Oh, that DJ. I admire your persistency, but my answer's still no. I'm not letting you in the officer's chief's office. Period. I'd be my neck on the line. It'd be my neck on the line. That office was the last crime scene in the SL9 incident. I have to take a look at there. There's got to be something we can do to make the detective change his mind. Yeah. Hey, look! The good old edgy boy wants to resign. We can stop it if you let us in there. What this crumpled up piece of paper? No way! Miss Edgeworth can't be serious. Is he ever not serious? I can't believe they pushed him this far. Mr. Edgeworth really feels responsible. When I first met him, I thought he was as cold as ice too. But I know different now. I know different now. He trusted us detectives to provide him with sound evidence. But we betrayed him. Detective. That's it. I'd made up my mind. But here, take my ID card. We can't do that. If someone found out, they wouldn't let you off the hook with another lost item report. Look at me. It's no secret. I'm already out of the loop. After all, I'm friends with Mr. Edgeworth. Depending on how this case turns out, I may already be as good as terminated. What? So at least let me do this for Mr. Edgeworth's sake. Alright, detective. Thank you. Here goes Mr. Wright. Beep. We're in! If anyone finds us now, Detective Gumshoe is the goner. If that happens, I'm counting on you to bail me out. Why are you slapping him? Sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I didn't even know you can slap a ghost. Ah! Detective Gumshoe, what are you doing sneaking up on us like that? I wasn't sneaking. I was just worried something might go wrong. So I came to. If you're here, then what's the point in giving us your ID card? Gumshoe's ID crushed and rendered unusable in pocket. What? Okay, let's just destroy his ID card in front of him. What could go wrong? Hey, don't do that to my card. We made him angry. I hardly ever get a chance to come in here. So I figured out I had to take a look around myself. Besides, we are all in this together now. You really do want to get fired, don't you? Not if we're lucky. Now come on. Let's see what we can find out. I've got a bad feeling about this one. Yeah? The desk on the other side of the room, was that your sister's? Yes, there I was waiting for Lana on that day 2 years ago. Is anyone using it now? No. So this is entirely Chief Gant's office now. He practices a strict policy of preserving the crime scene. That's a strange reason to leave it here. He leaves it as a warning to everyone else. He wants us to always be alert. He told us so himself at our New Year's party. Of course, he was pretty intoxicated at the same time. I see. So, ever since Lana left, no one ever touched the desk. No one except Chief Gant and the cleaning lady who's in here each morning. Still, 2 years have passed since that incident. There can't possibly be any clues remaining. Can I ask you something? Sure. You only came here to look around, right? Because it's one of the SL9 crime scenes. I mean, that's your only reason for coming here, isn't it? Why do you ask? You don't think? Nah, you wouldn't be. No. There's no way. Never mind. Don't worry about it. Okay. No. Let's look around a bit more. Hey, hold on. Not so fast, buddy. Huh? What's in it? When someone tells you don't worry about it, it's supposed to start bothering you, Paul. It's like when I post on Blue Sky. I'm not feeling well. Don't contact me today. I don't want to talk about it. Yet everyone needs to be. What happened to you, May? Can we do something for you? Yeah, kinda by giving me a lot of money, but that's not feasible. You don't just let it go at that. Sorry, this guy is getting to get on my nerves. Okay, so what's bothering you? You two don't think Chief Gant might be a suspect, do you? What? He's right, Mr. Wright. What do we think of him? Chief Gant, so it's finally come to this. What do I think of him? Perhaps it's best I don't divulge my feelings yet. There you go, ignore me again. These shelves are mostly empty. Lana have cleaned them when she transferred over to the prosecutor's office. There's a small picture frame left on the shelf. Hey, this is when Lana and I went to the theme park. This was Lana's text. It's sure tidy. Lana's always been a meticulous cleaner. There's not even any dust on it. Looks like someone's still keeping it clean. Does Lana ever come back here? No, Chief Gant must still keep it clean in the memory of their partnership. So, where the stuff legends are made of, does he keep a memory of? Does he keep it in memory of her or in memory of the crime? This is a safe, isn't it? Safe. That word is ripe with intrigue. Ah, okay, if you say so. It looks like a code needs to be entered in this panel to open it. A 7-digit number input. I have a hunch. Oh, I know. You want to try my birth date? It's... No! I have a better idea. Here goes nothing. Oh, look! Bingo! What number did you enter? Whose birthday was it, Paul? 777. The final ID card on that record. What? The number of the mysterious executive officer who entered that room that day. You mean 77777 is that ID number? I think you're 17 shy of this time. This only can mean one thing. The Chief Gant's ID number. Say, anyone care to look inside? Is there any money in there? How much does he have stashed away? Look, it's a shot of a broken cup. It somehow looks familiar. Where have I seen this before? There's something else in there too. What's this? It looks like a piece of leather cloth. This is a handprint, isn't it? Hey, I saw someone wearing a shirt like this one. You think the chief made up that design? I don't think so. Oh, well, just a thought. This is all that was in the safe? Apparently so. It's empty now. A piece of cloth, handprint on, with the handprint on, a broken shot from a cup. They look like pieces of evidence. Yeah, but Unless you can prove they have to do something. They have something to do with this case. I'm afraid I can't let you take them. After all, it's my neck on the line here. Great. Now we have to prove their relevancy to get them. How are these items related to the LSL-9? Come on. They got to be something we can show off the detective. Present. Detective Gumshoe, could you have another look at this jar? I remember when there were 3 of us put that thing together. Ah, those were days. It's kind of early to be nostalgic. Wasn't the jar a piece of evidence from that case? That's right. One of the shards of the SL9 incident had a sticker on it. Doesn't this ring any bells? You know, that fragment we just found? You mean this one? That was in the safe? Yes, that one. That was in the safe. Now that you mention it, it's ringing a lot of bells. I see. Let's see if it fits. Let me take a go at crowd. Show us what the rookie can do. Mr. Wright, here's some glue. If I can piece this together again, I proved Chief Gant was knowingly hiding evidence. Here it goes! We did it! There, it fits like a charm. That means, of course, man, Chief Gant willingly knowing he hid a piece of this jar in the safe. In other words, he concealed a piece of evidence from the SL9 incident. But, hey guys, get a load of this. What is it? The piece you just attached. It's different from the others. There's a reddish line on it. A reddish line, that's blood. I don't get it. Why would Chief Gant hide this in his safe? Unstable... I don't know! There. Detective Gumshoe, I'd like you to have a look at this one. Hey, I know what it is. So you want to take some fingerprints? That's a great idea, Detective. Alright, go to town. What are you doing? Why are you sticking your hand like this? Go ahead, take my fingerprints. It's not your fingerprints we want to take. Huh? Come on, this isn't the time for jokes. We were talking about that cloth we found in the safe. Oh! I knew that. The one with the handprint on, right? Sheesh! Where's your sense of humor? Yeah. What are you, my mom? I don't have to be told a million times. Let's go on. I think back in the day when it was on the DS, you had to blow in the microphone to blow away the dust. Wait! No. Emma, it doesn't look good for you. No, how can this be? What are Emma's fingerprints? Hey, found a match? Huh? It seems the prints are too old. They aren't clear enough to get a match. Oh, that's too bad. I thought they'd be dark. Psst. Hey, you, over there. What's going on there? What are you... that kid's prints and inside the chief's safe? Don't ask me! Just keep this information from Emma for now. Here, maybe you should hold of this piece of cloth. Ah. I want to take the look at the picture. This was taken that day 2 years ago. The day Joe Dark ran out of the questioning room and tried to kill Emma. After receiving this award trophy, Mr. Marshall took a picture here. Then he went along with Chief Gann to question Drake. I bet he never knew he'd be dead a few hours later. Gee, you think? I wanted to take... No clues. This is the real deal, isn't it? This armor and these weapons? Sure it is. The chief prosecutor cared for its imitations. First, the pipe organ, now this armor. Do you know how many taxpayer dollars you have gone into this room? What? You mean we are paying for this? That's it. I'm not paying 1 cent of my taxes. Let's do tax evasion! Yay! You don't have any taxes to pay. Shh! Be careful what you say. Who knows? The chief may hiding something in this armor as we speak. I don't think he fit in this there. Even if he did, he'd never be able to get back out. Cut it. You guys don't know how scary that guy can be. Wow, look at the size of Chief Gann's desk. Speaking of that, when we were here earlier... So it's you too, Chief Gann. He put paper he was reading in this desk. I wonder what he was reading. This looks like a list of evidence! A list of evidence? In most cases the list runs twice as long as this, so... Look at the case name. Huh? SL9 incident! I wonder what what this is doing here. Hold on, detective. What did you just say? I said I wonder what... No, about the lists. Normally they are twice as long. That's right. I guess there wasn't a lot of evidence. A half-sized list of evidence? This list of evidence... It seems too short. Most lists run twice as long. What would the other half of the list be doing here? I knew it. Chief must be hiding something about that case. It appears so. Whee! Well, was I any help? Of course! Thanks to your ID card, we were able to get some hard evidence. Now that's not very kind, is it? In other words, if it wasn't for this ID card, he wouldn't have been useless. Isn't that right, you and the code? Yeah! Chief Kid! We didn't think you'd be back so soon. Fortunately, I'm a man who believes in science. I was walking to my meeting, and I happened to look out a window and saw a stray dog run into the pole. Just then I thought of a certain detective. Do you mean me, sir? Now then, I'm afraid I'm going to have you asked you to leave all. Yes, sir. Sorry. You in the court? Me, sir? Proof of your ID on the way out. You won't be needing it anymore, but sir. No, get out. Yes, sir. He's very, very scary. Well, we are on our way, say. You with the spiky hair, don't go. I'd like to have a word with you. But sir, with the spiky, you're free to go. Mr. Wright! Look, Paul, I've told you once, I told you 1,000 times, the chief's office is But no, you just had to go sneak it. I want to slap you. I thought you said you didn't care anymore if you were fired, but yeah, but I knew it would be like this. I never would have said it. Now I've seen that evidence of Chief Gant was hiding in his office. I think I finally starting to get the picture. But why has she kept eerily silent about it all the time? Anyway, you listening to me? I'm gonna try to smooth things over with the chief again. Later, Paul! After that, I heard from Emma. She said the police wanted to ask her some questions, so she'll be busy for the rest of the day. I see, so the chief asked Emma to come in for questioning. It's no use thinking about it. Tomorrow is the final day in the court. I'm committed to doing everything I can to defend you, which is why I'm here. But I've already told you all I can. What about what you've told me over these past couple of days is absolutely nothing. Not a single useful thing. Really? I believe I did mention something quite important. Something I told you right at the beginning. I said I was the one who stabbed Detective Goodman. You know, I think I finally figured it out. I know who it is that lurking behind your words. Mia did a good job mentoring you. I'm rather jealous. It seems Edward was right. Edward? Once you're convinced you know something, no one can pursue you. Otherwise, thick-headed is the term he used, I believe. Now is my chance to get her to tell me the rest of the story. Keeping quiet. I have to admit, I was more than a little perplexed at the first. You insisted you did it. Yet there was no incriminating evidence. That's when it hit me. It's not that you're unwilling to tell the truth. It's that you're incapable of doing so because of a certain individual. What an intriguing notion. A certain individual, you say. So you think I'm protecting this person? Protecting? No, I must think afraid of is more like it. If I'm not mistaken, the person in question may have pursued you in silence. For an argument's sake, Mr. Wright, whom may I ask of this person you're speaking of? The one I'm supposedly so frightened of. Well, Miss Guy. Mr. Wright, you're addressing the chief prosecution. Do not forget your place. I take a chill till still not ready to spill the bean. My apologies. Could you please tell me a bit more what you think about it no more? We were partners until 2 years ago. I respected him as a detective. Assuming he's respectable, then tell me something. Why would he try to hide his crimes? His crimes? Both you and Edgeworth will be brought before the board of inquiry what you did. Specifically, hiding and forging evidence. Of course, these are serious offenses. Why is it, though, that Chief Gant's name was never mentioned? Chief Gant? Edgeworth didn't know the truth behind the forgery. The only party who could have possibly tampered with the evidence was me. I had access because I was second in command of that investigation. Yes, you, but also one other, Damon Gant. If you intended to accuse Chief Gant, you need more than just you'll need more than just one. Show me proof. Here. I found this in the safe in the chief office. This is a jar piece. This is a piece of cloth. Do you know what these are? They are pieces of evidence from the SL9 incident. The person concealing evidence was none other than Chief Gant himself. Now tell me, why are you taking the blame for him? Touché, Mr. Wright. As you summarize, I cannot disobey the chief's order, even it means being found guilty for murder. Why not? Come now, Mr. Wright. You can't possibly expect me to be able to tell you that. 3 days ago, I had no choice but to cooperate. The murder of Detective Goodman. Or perhaps I should say, follow orders. Yes, it's more accurate than cooperate. Although I can't tell you the details, I can say I was given an order that day. I need you to dispose of Bruce Goodman's body. You find it inside the trunk of Miles Edgeworth's car. Just as I suspected, despite what everyone believes, you were not the one who murdered Detective Goodman. Correct. I was trying to take care of the body out of out of Edgeworth's car. The trunk lock was broken, and I discovered that the murder weapon while inspecting the body. The murder weapon? You mean Edgeworth's knife? No. When I found it in the body, this was the knife stuck in. The knife from the SL9 incident. The serial killer Joe Dark knife. I couldn't just leave with that knife in, so I took it and stabbed him with the other knife. That would be Edgeworth's knife. That's right, even though he was already dead, my hands were shaking at the thought of stabbing him. That's why I ended up cutting my hand. That's what Miss Star saw! And this is the reason for the bandage on your right hand. Yes, it seems I got blood on the victim's shoes as well. And then she saw me as I plunged the knife and Miss Star, huh? Why did you need to hide Dark knives so badly? It took a lot of work to finally close Dark case 2 years ago. It was over with. It was over with. It didn't. My intent was to prevent that by whatever possible. So you hit the Dark's knife. The weapon used to stab the detective was evidence in the Joe Dark. If word got out, which it would, the reporters would have field day with that. So you wrapped the knife in your scarf and hid it. An Edgeworth exhaust pipe. Right, then I called my sister to tell her what happened and to ask her to hide the knife that was inside my muffler. You asked Emma? I didn't want anyone on the force to know about this. That would explain why Emma is so confident about Lana's innocence. Speaking of the phone calls, I had a bad feeling about one of them that day. Bad feeling? The truth is, after I received those orders from Chief Gant, the first thing I did was make a phone call. A phone call to the patrolman Jake Marshall. To Marshall? Why on earth would you call him? The lead investigator for the SL9 incident had been murdered. I wanted that fact to be kept hidden, and I needed help. He was the only other person I could trust. Or at least I thought I could trust him at the time. However, it seems after I spoke to him, he went off on an escapade on his own. Oh, you mean, not wanting the case to die, he decided to take things into his own hand. Little stupid cowboy. He disguised himself as Detective Goodman and tried to steal the evidence. He already had stolen the ID card. But it seems he still hadn't made up his mind to break into the evidence room. After my phone call, any remaining doubts he has must have disappeared. So your phone call caused the incidents in the evidence room? I'm afraid that's all I can tell you. But Lana, you've earned my respect, Mr. Wright, both as a defense attorney and an investigator. Now please, don't pursue this any further in court tomorrow. Tomorrow's trial, there's only one way to drive off Lana's demon. I have to get to the bottom of everything. Detective Goodman's real murder. And what went down in the chief's office 2 years ago. To be continued. This case is nearly 8 hours already. But an end is inside. Only this case, the court day, and I think it's done. This is the defendant lobby, alright, but there's no defendant. I've been trying to reach Lana all morning. Where could she be? And where's Emma for that matter? It almost seems if something been happening behind the scenes. Edgeworth, knowing you already figured out who's the owner of the 77 ID number. That it's, well, I have a pretty strong hunch. Detective Gant, looks like I'm not the only one who's figured it out. You know, the only reason this trial didn't reach a verdict yesterday is because there was still room for doubt regarding this ID record. If that number does belong to whom you suspect, then no doubt will remain. After all, he hasn't been officially charged with anything true. Not yet. In any event, once all doubt has been removed from that list, I can call for ruling. 5 minutes, right? And Chief Prosecutor Sky will be found guilty. But she didn't do it. I figured you'd say as much. That's why I came here, to hear what you have to say it. This is the first time he's ever done something like this. Lana's hiding something, and the only way we'll ever know the truth is to draw it out of her. And the truth? Everything goes back to the SL9 incident. Don't be stupid, today is the last day of trial. We don't have time to reminisce about the past. That depends on you. If she's found guilty, you'll lose your only chance to find out what really happened. I'll think about it. See you in court, right? This is it. If I'm ever going to find out what Chief Gant has on her, it's now. Do we get life death penalty on the chief? Maybe. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. Normally this is when the prosecution puts forth its opening statement, but before that, the police chief has a proposal to make. Chief Gant. Morning, folks! How is everyone doing? You, Aggie, been back at the pool yet? No, I've been drowning enough at this as it is in my work. Oh, that's a good one. Don't even think I can stop that. If you don't mind me asking, what is this proposal of yours? Lana, is to say the defendant has asked me if she could speak directly to the court. She wants to do what? Having heard what she intends to say, I feel she should be granted her request. In the end, I should save everyone a lot of time and trouble. What's this all about, defendant? I'd just like to make one simple request, and I'll be finished. Well then, what's your request? Your Honor, I'd like to put an immediate end to this trial. Huh? I confess to all charges against me. On February 21st of this year, I murdered Detective Bruce Goodman. In the underground parking lot of the prosecutor's office? No, Lana? You can't. Your Honor, the defendant's claim does not change the defendant's plea. In that case, Mr. Wright, I no longer require your services. But Lana, Your Honor, I hereby forfeit my right to an attorney. The prosecution may lack direct evidence against me, but it has sufficiently proven that the case, through testimony and circumstantial evidence, I would like to render your verdict now, if you please. Well, the defendant certainly has the right to self-representation. Her request is legally valid, although this is an unprecedented situation. Indeed, it appears there's no further need to continue this trial, even if Mr. Wright may feel otherwise. This can be happening. It appears the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant. One moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has not proven the defendant guilty beyond reasonable doubt. Any ruling at this stage would certainly be premature. Come on, Worthy. I understand this is a difficult time for you, but why don't you just be a good little boy and keep your mouth shut? Huh? I don't think I care for your tone, Chief Gant. What? Creating another fabrication to cover up your past mistakes. Sorry, but I'm no longer the naive little boy you would have been me. With this sudden confession from the defendant, it's obvious to be some kind of deal was struck behind the scenes. Some kind of deal, huh? Not everyone operates as you do, Worthy. Huh? I thought so. Your Honor, the prosecution would like to change its first witness. Oh? To whom? As its first witness, the prosecution would like to call Miss Emma Skye. I request the court to hear her testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, I am exercising my right to self-represent. I don't think we need to I don't care what you think, Miss Skye. The exposure of the truth sometimes results in tragedy. However, no matter how tragic the truth may be, it would be an even greater tragedy to avert one's eye from it. He got a better character. Very well. The court shall grant the prosecution's request. That's okay with you, right, Chief Gant? Worthy? You'll live to regret this. Mark my words. Miss Emma Skye, please take a stand. Looks like Edgeworth has decided to take the horse by its reins. Now then, witness, please state your name and occupation. My name is Emma Skye. My occupation, I'm Lana's little sister, and I want to be a scientific investigator. 2 years ago, you encountered the serial killer Joe Dark of the Joe Dark killings. Is this correct? Yes. I'm trying my hardest to forget about it, though. I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to recall those events one more time. Mr. Edgeworth, please remember this trial concerns the murder of Detective Goodman. Is an incident that was resolved 2 years ago really that relevant? Yes, it most certainly is. Well, okay then. He sure gave in fast. Now, please testify about what happened to you 2 years ago. The trip to yesteryears has finally begun. It's bound to lead the truth behind this trial. 2 years ago. I was waiting in my sister's office that day. A man came running in and took me hostage. Neil Marshall rescued me, but I never forget what I saw in that instant. The man raised up his knife and stabbed Mr. Marshall in the chest. It's good thing you weren't harmed. I passed out. I don't remember much. That's understandable. However, please tell me, Mr. Edgeworth, what does this testimony have to do with with Detective Goodman's murder? That will soon become apparent, Your Honor. You've got to admire his courage, considering he has no evidence. Very well. The defense may begin its cross-examination. Can you tell us about it? Miss Marshall jumped on dark. Just then, the lights went out. The lights? It was about this time of the year. There was a terrible storm going on, and lightning struck nearby. So the electricity went out. Wait a minute. If it was pitch dark in that room, you shouldn't have been able to see anything, right? Right. But then the lightning flashed again outside. That sudden flash left an unforgettable image in the scene of my mind. I see. I told the detective about what I saw then. The detective? Yes, Detective Goodman. He was in charge of the case. Detective Bruce Goodman, the victim. Hear more. You spoke with Detective Goodman about this 2 years ago. Yes, that's what's so scary about this trial. And you told Detective Goodman about what you saw? Yes, but at the time, the words just wouldn't come out. That's why I drew a picture. A picture, yes. Aww. Thank you for watching, and have a good night. And rest well. Bye bye. Yes, I think she mentioned that before. Well, Mr. Wright, have you heard enough? Ask about the picture. This picture the witness drew, I believe it has a very important meaning. But the list of evidence I was given 2 years ago didn't contain a picture. Witness, would you mind if we added the statement to your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth, this little girl put all her heart into drawing that picture, and yet you would insist on denying its existence? Huh? Hey, I'm not the bad guy. All I'm saying is that as the prosecutor for that case, I wasn't handed such a picture. That may well be, but that doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Behold, this is the evidence list for the SL9 incident. Please turn it over, Your Honor. Turn it. Oh! What is this? Yes. What is that? Hey, that's it. That's a picture I drew. Indeed. The two men appear to be wrestling here. What's the meaning of this? What are you doing with that list? Me? Only the prosecutor in charge should have access to that list. Huh? These lists, they are different from each other. What? It would appear, Mr. Edgeworth, that the evidence list you were handed 2 years ago was incomplete. These two lists fit together form one. You can see the marks here where they were torn apart from each other. So, see, Mr. Edgeworth, it's quite obvious that what happened. 2 years ago, only half of the evidence in that case ever reached you. What? What? Order! But, Miss Guy, why did you draw your picture on the back of such an important list? Because that's what Detective Goodman handed me in the questioning room, Your Honor. Wait a minute. If If this list was torn in half, then that means... Your Honor? Are you alright, Mr. Wright? Your eyes are bulging from your head. If the evidence list was torn in half, then there might be more of the drawing on the back of Mr. Edgeworth's list. Yes, that's quite conceivable, Mr. Edgeworth. It's possible. Let me see. Is something wrong? Do you even have to ask? Sorry, Your Honor. There's indeed something drawn on the back of the list. It's that thing. That's that thing. That thing that was dancing in the evidence courtroom. Clearly, this is an act of vandalism. It's the work of a certain chief of detective. I guess he was out of scrap papers. Evidence list restored. Very well, witness. You please testify about this picture you drew 2 years ago? Huh? Oh, yes, sir, Your Honor. What's wrong with Emma? She seems to be thinking something when she was looking at the picture. This is the picture I drew 2 years ago. The flash of light was so bright, all I could see were shadows. After that, I must have fainted. The picture shows exactly what I saw in that instant. I think a flash of lightning could burn such an image in your mind. Thanks to that thought, she might be able to show exactly what she saw. Well, I don't see any contradictions here. This clearly shows Joe Dark about to murder prosecutor Neil Marshall. The defense may now begin its cross-examination. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but this picture of the witness contains a blatant contradiction. What? But I still remember it like it was yesterday. Mr. Wright? Perhaps it would be faster if you simply pointed out this contradiction for us. The contradiction, of course, lies here. Take a look at the knife the man is holding. If you look closely, you can see its tip is broken. Even I don't have to look closely to see that, Mr. Wright. But right, look at the evidence. See the murder weapon? The tip is broken too. If I recall, the tip of the knife was found broken in the victim's body. It was conclusive evidence that proved Joe Dark was the murderer. I'm afraid it's not so simple, Emma. And where, pray tell, could you see possibly a... It's obvious, really. The victim suffered a single stab wound to the back. The victim was only stabbed once. Then the murder weapon should not yet be broken. Ah! What's going on here? What's the meaning of this? Perhaps the knife was broken beforehand? Sorry, but I'm afraid that's not possible. The tip of the knife was found inside the victim's body. If it was broken beforehand, it couldn't possibly wind up there. That's right. But what does it mean? The tip of the knife was undeniably discovered in the victim's body, within the victim's body. The only possible explanation is the witness' memory is mistaken. That's why I asked her so many times if she was sure she remembered correctly. I feel right now like the Mimi way of Ace Attorney, like, objection, objection, objection. I believe you were annoyed at the time, but she was sure she remembered correctly. But there's no other way to explain this inconsistency. Not so fast, Mr. Edgeworth. There's another explanation. Have you forgotten already? About a little something called falsified evidence? You're treading on thin ice. Thin ice. All I'm saying is, that this broken knife tip might be a piece of evidence that was forged. You can't deny the possibility. No! Ah! Order! Are you saying the investigation really was corrupted? Your Honor, please allow me to once again to go over the events that took place of the day of the murder. The police department and the prosecutor's office were holding a ceremony that day. After receiving the King of Prosecutors Award at the ceremony, Near Marshal questions Joe Dark along with Damon Gant. During the questioning, Joe Dark fled the room. Prosecutor Marshall chased after him and was killed by Dark. Is it my belief that somewhere in the story there's a lie? I'm not lying. The man really was holding up a broken knife. If that's true, then there's no other way around it. This could not have been the actual murder weapon. There must have been another broken knife. What are the chances of there being two broken knives? Another broken knife besides, like, where? Yes, another one. If the witness is this adamant about the accuracy of what she saw, it can't just be explained away by simple observation error. Mr. Wright? In that instant, Emma really did see a broken knife. I assume then that you have some information about these other broken knife. If so, please feel free to enlighten us. The murder weapon was already broken prior to the murder, so they are the only way. Take a look, there's the real. The answer lies in the past, 2 years in the past, right in this picture. This is a picture of the award ceremony. Ah! What is this, Mr. Edgeworth? It's a broken murder weapon. Notice the award prosecutor Marshall is holding? That's a broken knife. As we earlier concluded, the knife in the drawing was not Joe Dark's knife. It being what the witness saw, the knife the witness saw was all likelihood from this award. Order! Near Marshall was awarded a King of Prosecution that day. As an award, he was given this broken shield and a knife. There, when he chased after Joe Dark, he pulled out his knife. Being a prosecutor, he did not carry a pistol. This broken knife was the only weapon he had in this dangerous situation. But that can't be. Oh? And why not, Mr. Edgeworth? Because if the King of Prosecutors Award knife was the murder weapon, then the murderer and the victim would be reserved. What do you mean? I mean, if this man raising a knife would have been prosecuted, this man raising a knife would have been prosecutor Near Marshall. Oh! The prosecutor was the one who actually died. That's true. But what's going on here? It seems Mr. Wright has been a bit too eager to jump to conclusions. Wait, I remember now. I remember everything. Witness? Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? Could you show me your evidence list again, please? List? This one with the picture scribbled on the back? I knew it. This picture. I'm the one who drew it. What? You drew it dead? That's right. The list wasn't torn in half at the time I drew this picture. At the time, I've been trying so hard to forget. I must have looked. I have locked this part away deep inside me. It would be best if we added this to the witness testimony. Would you please tell us what you've recorded, Miss Guy? Yes, Your Honor. First the knife mix-up and then now the blue badger? This should be interesting! When I saw that a man raise his knife, I panicked and rushed toward both of them. I think I knocked away the man with the knife. Just then there was another flash of lightning and then I saw the blue badger. He wasn't in the room, but I'm sure I saw his shadow. Okay. This is certainly most unusual. Try impossible. The chief detectives hadn't even used him, even designed him until this year. That would mean he didn't even exist 2 years ago. Well then, the defense may begin its cross. Stop, please! Don't pursue this any further! Lana, what's the meaning of this? Please remain seated in the defendant's chair. But you can't do this. I'm already confessed to the crime. Why can't you just leave it at that? Chief Prosecutor Sky. We already come to this far. It's too late to turn back. Silence. The defense will now begin its cross-examination. Bailiff, please detain the defendant. It seems we're finally getting to the core of the matter. I think you rather saw this. The mysterious blue badger was in fact this. But that's exactly what exactly is this? I believe it's some sort of jar. But Mr. Wright, that doesn't look anything like the blue badger. Indeed, it doesn't. As it stands now, it's just a plain jar. However, what if we were to change your viewpoint? Your viewpoint? Nah. This isn't right. Allow me to remind. fuck. No, I haven't. Well, this is a miracle. Is this a miracle or what? No one can possibly deny the jar resembling the resemblance to the blue badger. No! No, it can't be! Order, order! The defense has proven its claim. The mysterious blue badger witnessed on the day of the crime was actually this. Although we all enjoyed Mr. Wright's dramatic performance, one question remains. What's your point? What do you mean? So, that badger thing was actually just a jar. That doesn't change anything. I'm afraid that's where you're wrong, Mr. Edgeworth. You see, it changes everything. Indeed? Very well then. Please tell us. What's the difference now that we know the witness saw the location? Allow me to take these in turn. At the moment of the murder, the witness saw this jar. At a very specific angle, I might add, Mr. Wright. Well, yes, knowing this, where would she have seen this jar? Where? The location of this jar was shown in a picture taken on the day of the crime. It's on the shelf in the office of Damon Gant. But the body was found lying near Lana Sky's desk. The witness testified so herself. Yes, and it is these two facts that reveal the actual what actually transpired. You see, the struggle between Dark and Marshall did not take place in Lana Sky office. It happened on the other side of the room in Chief Gant's office. Are you implying the murderer moved the victim's body from Damon Gant's office to Lana Sky's office? Yes. Why would he do that? There's no reason. Exactly. If there wasn't a reason, he would have gone through this. Wouldn't he have? If there wasn't a reason, he wouldn't have gone through the trouble. Not only. The only logical conclusion is there was a reason. Do you know what the reason was, Mr. Wright? I finally figured it out. So this is why Lana tried to stop the trial. It's too late to quit now, though. Please record the witness testimony. She said she knocked away the man who was holding up the knife. The next instant, the jar was hit and flew through the air. And now tell me, what could have sent the jar flying? That would have been the impact the man made when he was knocked into the wall. Ladies and gentlemen, if I may draw your attention to this picture once more. If the man was knocked into the direction of the shelf the jar was sitting on, what would he have hit? Ah! The suit of armor, holding a very sharp and dangerous looking sword. Yes. And since the man who was knocked into the armor has carrying a broken knife, he would have had been Neil Marshall wielding the King's Prosecutioner's trophy. No, Mr. Wright, you can't be thinking. Yes, there was another possibility of what actually transpired in that room. Another possibility? Of course, the perpetrator would have no idea, but nevertheless, I don't know if I can go through it with this. Mr. Wright, what's the matter? Even if events took place at the defense, as the defense theorized, the outcome is obvious. And that in this moment, assuming that Emma Sky knocked away was actually that man Emma Sky actually knocked away was actually prosecutor Neil Marshall. Whoopsie! It was dark. You mean Mr. Marshall died because of me? No! I never imagined her testimony would lead to this. So it was the witness who took the victim's life and then proved so with her own testimony. This is unprecedented. What? What are you saying? I'm sorry, Miss Guy, but given the circumstances, Joe Dark murdered Prosecutor Marshall. How can you think it was Emma? How dare you try to pin the crime on her? Imagine that coming from you. If you recall, it was you who admitted to forging evidence 2 years ago. The reason you moved Prosecutor Marshall's body was to keep anyone else from finding out about what Emma did, wasn't it? I assure you, Mr. Edgeworth, I have no idea what you're talking about. I hope, if you hope to have anyone believe your insane allegations, I'm afraid you're going to have proof. Tell me, do you have any conclusive evidence that proves my sister killed Neil Marshall? Evidence? I'm willing to bet you don't. Yes, it certainly would be difficult to prove this evidence. If we don't have evidence, then we'll have to rely on the testimony. I'm afraid that won't work in this case. Both parties involved in the incident are dead. We certainly can't get dead people to testify. This has been a wild goose chase from the beginning. One question though. Marshall, the prosecutor Marshall, didn't. Could it have been a fatal blow to him, or was it just he got bad? They went to the room way too late, and he bled out. Huh? Touche, Miss Guy. Of course. That only leaves us with one possibility. You mean there's still another possibility? What do you mean, etc.? I mean the possibility that the victim has left us a message. For better or for worse, Mr. Marshall did not die instantly. He may have left the name of the person who took his life. On that manner or another. That's impossible. Well, Mr. Wright, this is the only possibility left to you. Is a message from the deceased. There's such a message. I got to think back to the court. The real murderer's name that the victim may have left behind is in the evidence. The message from the deceased is already in our possession. Mr. Wright, will you stop at nothing to prove my sister is a murderer? Do not be mistaken, Miss Guy. Our purpose is not to accuse Emma of any crime. There's only one thing we seek, the truth. No matter how painful it may be. Then, now there, Mr. Wright, please show us the piece of evidence. The message left by the deceased. This is that blue badger from before. Oh, this is the. Huh? Looks like everyone's forgotten this. This is just a job. A message was left on the surface. What do you mean? If you look closely, you can find it. But it looks someone wiped the blood away. Yes, but notice, for some reason, the blood on some spots of the fragments was not wiped away. Yes, but there's a line here drawn in blood. What you're saying? So what you're saying is these dots were once lines. Prosecutor Marshall did not die instantly. He used a few precious moments left to him to leave behind a message. One that apparently wiped away, but blood must have seeped into the jar where the lines changed directions. Precisely so. All we need is to connect the points, and the victim's message will become apparent. No! Mr. Wright, what kind of message did the victim leave for us? Your Honor, I believe the bloodstains will remain as there's only one thing the victim would have written in his murderer's name. I think on on the touchscreen it was way easier. It's a defense attorney's duty to prove the client's innocence. That's why all I've been thinking about is saving Lana. After all my efforts, I never thought it would turn out like this. Emma, so this is the final this is the final message Prosecutor Marshall left behind. Well, she shoved him because it was pitch black. You could say it was an accident. And she thought she was saving the right person. Of all people, she may not have meant it, but in the end, the one who took the victim's life was Emma Skye. See, Worthy? I can't say I didn't warn you. Chief Gant, do you understand the implication of what you have done? What? What are you talking about? 2 years ago, Joe Dark was sentenced to death. He was convicted because of his final murder. I believe you were the prosecutor in this case, were you not? Yes, Worthy. Because of you, an innocent man was sentenced to death. Not only that, but you used forged evidence to ensure his conviction. But Joe Dark really was a serial murderer. It's undeniable. I'm afraid that's not important, didn't you know? We aren't defenders of justice. What? We are merely keepers of the law. Sentencing a man to death is no light matter, even there wasn't any cover-up or evidence forgery. Ultimately, the responsibility falls on the prosecutor in charge. Despite that, anyone may say this fact cannot be denied. You little fucking bitch. What's going on with the chief prosecutor? They sent an innocent man to his death? How can he just... Order, order, order! Order! The gavel pounding fell on deaf ears. Unable to settle the crowd, judge declares the recess. Where this trial is headed, no one knows. Well... How is this case still not done? I'm going on fucking 5 hours already. Sorry, Edgeworth. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. Heh, don't worry about it. This is my problem, not yours. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Pauls. Oh, guess I am. I come back later. Wait, Detective Gaunshu, what is it? You've got a nerve, Paul, making a detective run around while on duty, and to top of all, you call me, you see, I have, I take it Lana's having you run errands again. Let me tell you this. This is the last time, Paul. Here. She asked me to give this to you if there was a break in your trial today. Evidence law? Edgeworth was talking about it just the other day. You must 2 rules of evidence law. Rule number 1, evidence shall be shown. No evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. Is that right, Mr. Wright? It seems so. You could at least study some evidence law, really. The chief prosecutor also wanted me to give you this message. A message? She said, if you're planning to take him on, you're going to need this book. Him. I guess I'll need to give this book a thorough read. Doesn't look that that book'll do any good now, though. All that's left is the chief prosecutor's sentence. That's where you're wrong, detective, huh? Haven't you figured out yet? Why I'm still sitting in that prosecutor's seat, despite all these allegations thrown at me? Mr. Edgeworth, the real trial today hasn't begun yet. What? What else is there left to do? The credibility... your credibility's been all ruined with that forged evidence you were unaware of. Emma Sky was found unwittingly caused a man's death, and now you're telling me you want to do more? You've got to be kidding me, Paul! You're missing the point, detective! Lana didn't murder Detective Goodman. She merely stuck a knife into his dead body. That means the real killer is still out there. What? And we're going to expose him. No matter what it takes. This case has hurt too many people. This time to bring it to an end. Let's go! Court will now recommence for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor? The inquiry committee is planning to impose harsh penalties for your actions. Thank you for the news, Your Honor. Yes, well, normally this is where the prosecution calls for false witness, but this isn't easy to say. You see, there's some concern here that you, Mr. Edgeworth, may have struck a bargain. You think I may have manipulated the witnesses? I didn't say that. It's just, you see, everyone has been talking and... Very well, Your Honor, I have a solution. A solution, that being the case, the prosecution will allow the defense to call forth all further witnesses. What? But there's no precedent for what you're proposing. Undeniably, this is an unusual arrangement, but a very effective one. It would prove that I haven't stuck any tears with the witnesses. Huh, well, Mr. Wright? What do you say? Unbelievable. Edgeworth has found a way to continue the trial. Very well. The defense accepts the prosecution's proposal. Then this is settled. The defense may now call for the next witness. Mr. Wright? You do realize this is your last chance? If you call the wrong witness, this trial is as good as over. The defense calls... Hi, Vanilla. Demon Gant. Damon Gant. The defense calls Damon Gant to the stand. Damon Gant? What does he have to do with anything? As the defendant's partner 2 years ago, Mr. Gant has first-hand knowledge of the crime. I feel we should hear what he has to say about it. Huh. As luck would have it, he should be still in the courthouse. He would also be the least likely to have been manipulated by me in any way. Wouldn't you agree, Your Honor? True. All right, bailiff, please escort Mr. Gant to the stand. The orange dude. Witness, please state your name and occupation. What is this, some kind of practical joke? I was just on the way to lunch. Your name and occupation, sir. Worthy, are you sure you want to do this? Your name and occupation? So, you want to play hardball? Eh? Please, Mr. Gant. Fine. My name is Damon Gant. I'm the acting chief of police. Now then, Chief Gant, the court requests to hear your testimony. Oh, right though. What's with the grim face? First, let's clear up this SL9 incident. Oh, you mean that time when Lana's sister murdered the prosecutor? Personally, I think it's been made pretty clear already. There's still something unaccounted for. Oh, like what? Like the role you played in all of this. Huh, son? Either you are very brave or you're very foolish. You're aware, of course, that a police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons? Sure, take my testimony for example. I don't have to give it if I don't want to. What? Is that true? I'm afraid so. Chief of Police has the right to refuse to testify. Of course, such an action carries with it certain risk. Don't worry. Okay, Vanilla. Yeah. Don't worry. Here, I'm not here to hinder your trial. Just remember, if this turns out to be a big waste of time, don't say I didn't warn you. Very well. The witness may now begin his testimony. Yeah. SL9 incident. As I recall, Neil and I were questioning him that day. To make a long story short, we slipped up. That power outage didn't help either. When I went to my office, I found Lana there. Apparently, she had already arranged the crime scene. As you can see, I had nothing to do with this forgery. Huh. Is that when Doug was arrested? Him? He was lying on the floor unconscious. Oh, he fell very, very unhappily. When Emma sent Neil flying, it seemed Doug bumped his head. I see. Everything seems pretty clear-cut. If the police chief has the right to refuse to testify, then I better hit him fast. And hit him hard and fast. Yeah. we have this thing. You claim you had nothing to do with the forgery. But I'm afraid this claim... that's a claim you cannot back up. Explain yourself. Several pieces of evidence were found in your office. This jar, for example. That's the blue badger you showed us earlier. A piece of this jar was discovered in your safe. Not only that, but the evidence list I presented earlier. It was actually found inside your desk. It was found where? You see, Chief Gant, these articles of evidence uncovered in your office are both concrete proof that you also played a part in that illegal investigation. Chief Gant, what's the meaning of this? Oh! Here's a defense attorney who may even rival Worthy. So you admit to it then? That you were involved in this forgery? Who? Me? What do you mean you? Why would I have anything to do with that? Well, you were the one who snuck into my office when you found this evidence. Prosecutors aren't the only ones capable of forging evidence, you know? Defense attorneys can do so too. Isn't that right, though? However, Detective Gumshoe was present during the investigation. Worthy, my boy. Not even detectives are exempt from the law. The rest is sure Dick will receive his due punishment. What? If Detective Gumshoe's salary drops any further, he'll end up paying at work. Well, yes, in light of the detective's presence, please give us a short testimony regarding these pieces of evidence found in your office and their relation to the forgery that took place at the crime scene. My, kids these days no longer know to put two and two together. Let's see, what was it? No, a jar fragment and list? For all I know, you could have planted them in my office. Anyway, you can't prove when those pictures of evidence were discovered. If they were found after Dark was convicted, then they were worthless. There's no reason I'd participate in a forgery. Rearranging the crime scene wouldn't help me out in any way. Yes, Your Honor. When investigating a crime scene, you should have been more careful to observe protocol. You do understand that I'm the chief of police, right? There will be consequences. Oh, indeed. I believe I will press charges so you don't make the same mistake again. And now he's looking like very angry. My apologies, Chief, but would you mind waiting until tomorrow for that? Today is, well, you know. All right, Aggie. I'll return though. I know. That place, right? Huh? What are these guys, telepathic? Really, Chief Gant? At the very least, there's one very large benefit you've reaped from all of this. Oh? I wasn't aware. What is this benefit? That would be, of course, to the position you have, Chief of Police. Oh, the resolution of the SL9 incident secured your promotion to Chief. That itself is a sufficient motive. Oh, that's a good one, huh? Do you really think I'm that incompetent? What do you mean? Even without that case, I was already in line to become the next chief. The resolution of SL9 merely sped up the inevitable a little. Is it true, Edworth? Yes, he was going to be made chief anyway. Be careful when pointing that finger. You might wind up being the one pointed at. So that means there's only one possible motivation for you to commit forgery. If you didn't do it for yourself, then you did it for someone else. Don't be silly, Worthy. You know me better than that. There are only 3 people I look out for. Me, myself, and I. There's out to be... it is out in the open now. Archie, would you mind if I change my testimony a little? By all means, please do. Praise. Nothing in it. For you? Sorry, but the only person I care about is yours truly. That girl, Lana's little sister, was it? If I think I felt sorry for her, you better think for her again. You're right, you don't feel sorry for anyone. Be tough on crime and tough on people. That's how I raised. It seems to be lax enough on yourself, though. Ho ho! Oh, that's a good one, Worthy. Huh. Could there been something in for it, given his shit? True, you might not help anyone for their sake, but if it benefits you, you might decide to assist someone. Yeah? Mr. Wright, it appears you positively determined you can portray the chief as a nice man who likes to lend the people a hand. That's not what I mean. Very well then. Who's the person you believe Chief Gant would have made forge evidence? Her! Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky, the defendant. I believe it's quite obvious in the light of the circumstances. Emma Sky fell victim to an unfortunate series of events. Who would want to help her more than her own sister Lana? And as for Chief Gant, he would have a reason to help Lana if she asked him to. That reason is of course is self-profit. Self-profit? What do you mean? After the SL9 incident was resolved, Lana Sky was appointed chief prosecutors at the prosecutor's office. The person who arranged this job change was you, Chief Gant. But how would he profit from all of this? He would be able to use Chief Prosecutor as his puppet. Essentially, he would acquire unchecked authority over all investigations. Do you mean to tell me that despite the chief's formidable appearances, he plays with puppets? Oh, wait. Can't my cats just not fight? Behind my monitors? Oh, wait. You must mean puppet as someone forced to his bindings. Never mind! Admit it, Chief. You assisted Lana Sky in the forging evidence. Your motive? To appoint her as chief prosecutor so you could control her. Right, oh my boy. You have quite an imagination. Let me ask you something. What? Do we have any proof of this? That I controlled Lana? For example, is Lana testifying that I've done such a thing? Lana? She's keeping quiet to protect Emma. There's no way she testified against Gant. Well, we have probably... I'm afraid without any proof, this amounts to nothing more than mere conjecture. Unless that's also what happened in this incident. This incident? Which one would that be? Of course, I'm talking about the murder of Detective Bruce Goodman. The chief prosecutor has been acting strange throughout this entire trial, almost as if someone has been controlling her. Worthy, you better watch your tongue. I wouldn't want you to get hurt. What do you mean? What he means, Yana, is that Chief Gans is involved in the murder of Detective Goodman. Not only that, the chief is now making Lana to cover up his involvement. What? He couldn't believe it. The chief of police. Order! I said order! Mr. Wright, you can't be serious, huh? This is an affront of the highest ranking officer in your law enforcement. To accuse the chief of police to blackmail and murder? This is impossible! It is. Your Honor, it was merely reiterating that what Mr. Edgeworth said in the easier to understand language. And we have evidence. Too late, Mr. Wright. There's no turning back for us now. It looks like he's on who's decided to go through with this. Then, can you prove this, Mr. Wright? Is the chief of a high-ranking officer of law is involved in this murder? Good question. Regardless of his rank or title, Chief Gant is just a man. The question is he criminal? I believe the evidence would tell. I see. All right then. Let's see what Mr. Wright's got. And it better be good. Sure, it's evidence that ties Chief Gant to this murder. Where's my thingy thing? There. This is the ID card list. Yes, the one that shows who entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. There was one ID on the list that we couldn't determine the owner of yesterday. 7777. Sorry, but there's no way you can prove that's my card number. It's your number. What? How do you know that? The safe in Chief Gant's office requires a code to open. It's 7-digit codes. 7 digits, don't you mean? I'm afraid so, Your Honor. The code was 7. The same as the remaining ID card on that list. Chief Gant, you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. Order! Chief Gant, what do you have to say? Nothing. The defense's search of my office was in violation of regulation, and I will demand Mr. Wright to be punished to the maximum extent of the law. But right now, this court demands an explanation from you about the use of this ID card. Chief Gant, so you admit it? Then you entered the evidence room on the day of the crime. What about it? I'm chief of police. Whether it's the evidence room or the bathroom, what's the difference? I can go anywhere I want. Tell me. When you entered the room, were you alone? I always go to the bathroom alone, as I do with the evidence room. Detective Goodman wouldn't have happened to be with you that day, would he? Of course not. Why would he be? I hadn't seen him in days. You hadn't seen him in days? Chief Gant, I'm afraid you just undone yourself. On that day, you had to have met with Goodman. What do you mean? This trial's purpose is to determine Lana Sky's guilt. No, it isn't, Your Honor. This trial purpose is to determine the truth. If Chief Goodman meet the victim on the day of the crime, then We need to determine one thing. What transpired during that meeting? In that case, Mr. Wright, I'm going to have to ask you for evidence. Show us the proof the victim went to meet. Detective Goodman's lost ID card on the day of the crime. Or, to be accurate, Jake Marshall stole it. So Detective Goodman filed out a lost item report. He would have to give that report to the chief of police. Yet you're in possession of the report, which means you can't be sure if he filed it. He filed it. How do I know, you ask? Because he needed to enter the evidence room that day. He needed to? Yes, to transfer the evidence out. Oh! Detective Goodman took the form to you, Chief Gant. Then you accompanied the detective to his evidence room. I accompanied him. There's no other way the murderer and the Detective Goodman could have entered the room. Hold on, let me guess what you're going to say next. I, the chief of police, murdered the poor Goodman. Exactly. But wait, the chief didn't necessarily need to accompany him to the evidence room. He just could have lent him his ID card. Yes, now that you mention it, I believe. Sorry, but that's possible. According to the record, your card was only used once, yet you showed us your ID card earlier. If you had really landed it to Detective Goodman, it would have been found on his body. Ah! Holy shit. What happened to him? Chief Cat, you didn't. The murder was most likely a spur of the moment crime. For one, no one in their right mind would choose the police department is the place to commit a murder. After the murder, you contacted Lana at the prosecutor's office. Why? To dispose of Detective Goodman's body, of course. You're forgetting, Mr. Wright. The victim's body was discovered in the prosecutor's office parking lot. How did he manage to move it there? I was in the police department the entire day, you know? And everyone's aware that Lana stayed in the prosecutor's office after the ceremony. Everyone except me, it seems. Still, you're the chief of police. You have an entire police force at your disposal. Oh, you think I just order an officer to do? Hey, here, take this take this dead body over to the prosecutor's office. I don't think so. Chief Gant, you left a little evidence, left all the evidence we need to prove you moved it into the body into the prosecutor's office. And all this time I thought it was a useless clue, just taking up space. What could the chief move the body? Mr. Wright, show us the evidence to move the victim's body. This one! What's that? A screwdriver? But what does it have to do with the case, Mr. Edgeworth? Think back to the day of the crime. What is this screwdriver doing here? It's here because... Ah! I was asked to go by the chief, by Chief Gant, no less. He told me he wanted me to keep it in the prosecutor's office. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. After the ceremony ended that day, I didn't plan to return to the prosecutor's office, but you did, because Chief Gant asked you to. You mean the body was found in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. I think it's obvious what happened. The body was moved by that car. Detective Goodman's body was carried in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Yes, Unless, of course, you have another explanation, Chief. Why else would you have asked Mr. Edgeworth to transport evidence from a closed case? There's only one plausible explanation. To transport the body to your accomplice. Plus, Miss Lana Sky. Order, order, order! What's going on here? There's no room for rebuttal to the defense outrageous accusations. Think back to the photograph Miss Starr took at the prosecutor's office. This was not a photo of the body being stuffed in the trunk to be taken away. It was exactly the opposite. It's a photo of the body being taken from the trunk. Chief Gant, please say something. I believe your time's up. My time's up. Sorry, Wright. I have lunch with the district attorney general after this. We have to get going if we are to make this time for the early bird special. But the cross-examination isn't finished yet. Remember what I told you earlier? A police chief has all kinds of weapons at his disposal. Weapons like the right to and I'm invoking that now. What? Is that right to be... Isn't that... it's not a right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. So you're going just to run away after all of this? Run away? Don't make me laugh, worthy. I stabbed old Goodman? That's what you're saying, right? But you had any conclusive evidence? You would have presented it by now. Well, you think I had Lana dispose of the body? If so, then show your proof and get over it. I'd say, Mr. Wright, Damon is the current. This court will not tolerate any without concrete. Your Honor, do you have any proof that Detective Gump? No, yet. It's not sure. No, Your Honor, at present, I have no conclusive evidence. Huh, see, Yagi? In that case, this court is forced to penalize your allegations. What? Here's a tip. Never gamble what you can't afford to lose, Brighto. It seems that Lady Luck was on my side again. Okay, Aggie, I leave the rest to you. Uh-oh! I want you, this is affront to senior office nations. What? Lady Luck, huh? Maybe we should have a word with her. Mr. Edgeworth, what do you mean? There's one lady who knows the real truth behind this trial. We haven't had the honor of hearing her testify. A lady who knows the truth, another witness. In the absence of the conclusive evidence, the only other method of proof is a testimony. But Chief Gant has invoked his right to refuse. There's still someone else, one more witness who can answer all the questions raised in this trial. Someone right in this very room. Mr. Edgeworth, who is this person? Huh? Why are you asking me, Honor? Have you forgotten? The defense is the one calling witnesses today. Mr. Wright, does such a... Yeah. But we can't stop it now. Yes, Miss Lana Sky. The defendant, Miss Lana Sky. She was in the underground parking lot at 5:15 p.m. on the February 21st. Her task to dispose of the victim's body. In accordance with certain someone's order. Huh, Mr. Edgeworth? The prosecution has no objections, Your Honor. Very well, the court will now take its final recess for the day. In 50 minutes we will reconvene to hear the defendant's testimony. This court, hold on, huh? Chief Gant, I thought you were going to eat. Listen good, Lana. He's talking to Milana. I don't think you need me to tell you, but if you accept Mr. Wright's claim, there will be terrible consequences. That's right. Your sister will be found guilty for Niels Marshall murder. Ah, this isn't good. Of course, you never support such outrageous claims anyway, right? Just something to think about. Alright then, I've got the lunch date to meet. Oh, blackmail? We love some good blackmail. Okay, if there aren't any further objections, this call is now in recess. Looks like we managed to stay in the game. Yeah, thanks to your help, Edgeworth. That chief. He's something else, eh? Parts? Detective Gumshoe. Haha! I'm not the detective anymore. Oh yeah, sorry about that. And don't worry, I already decided where to work now. At your office. My office? Sure. I'll take the place of that top-knotted girl you used to work with. Could he mean Maya? Still, looks like we are all out of moves now. Chief Gant done it again. How is it he always gets the upper hand? Because he's an asshole. It's not fair. He has to. Everyone has the right to refuse to testify. Huh, settle down, Wright. Remember what the judge said? But Chief, that's not right to be casually invoked. There are certain risks to be considered. Risk? What did he mean by that? It's simple. If the chief refuses to testify, the opposite holds truth. You mean he forfeits his right to say anything too? Hi. Emma, are you okay? Yeah, when I came to, I was in the medical office. I've been listening to the trial from the gallery. So she had everything that's been going on. Emma, sorry for what I said before. No, don't be. It was the truth. It's funny. I almost feel somehow relieved. Relieved? Yeah. Now I finally know what really happened. I think all this time my sister was being blackmailed by a terrible man, and she did it all just to protect me. Ever since her appointment as chief prosecutor, everyone who knew her said she changed. Perhaps it was easier that way for her. What do you mean? What do you mean? To follow Chief Gant's order, she must have shut herself up if deep inside to force herself to do anything and everything the chief told her to do. That must be why she became so cold. It was all my fault. It's all because I murdered Mr. Marshall. Hey, don't go blaming yourself now. If you want to blame anyone, blame society, Paul. Chief Gant may be able to fool everyone else with his forgery, but he can't fool my memory. I remember now. I knocked Mr. Marshall into the armor. I see. Well, we better get back. It's time for the final act. Emma, why don't you wait? No, I'm going with you. I want to be there when Lana tells the truth. Let's go, Wright. It's time to end this. Yes. I can't. Hi. Why are you looking like me at this? She looked at me like, what are you meaning? Let's go! Now then, will the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, please take the stand? Miss Lana Sky, you're the chief prosecutor. I'm sure you're aware of what is required of you. But Mr. Edgeworth, you already know everything. You know all that I have done these past 2 years. Please provide the court with your testimony, Miss Guy. And remember, you are under oath. We want to hear the truth. Of course, the truth. Lana, no matter what happens, I will always be your sister. What? Now then, your testimony, if you will. First, tell us about your relationship with Chief Gant. Everything hinges on your testimony. Your only chance, you're the only chance we have to get Gant. I worked alongside Gant for years. There's no truth in his blackmail theory. I fabricated the evidence 2 years ago all by myself. When I found Prosecutor Marshall's body, I rearranged the crime scene. My only motivation was to get Dark convicted. It had nothing to do with Emma. Sure, buddy. Huh. Are you sure about this testimony? Your Honor, I'm confessing to the capital offense of... Of course I'm sure. But Lana... If that's true, then that means Chief Gant has nothing to do with this. That's what I've been telling you from the beginning! Please, Mr. Wright, you got to help her. She's sacrificing herself because of me. But what if she's not? I know my own sister. Whenever she speaks stiffly like that, she's hiding something inside. Deep down, she's really screaming in agony. Yeah, it's no time to start second-guessing myself. The defense now begins its cross-examination. Gosh. You say you did it all by yourself? Yes. Would you mind telling us what you found when you arrived at the crime scene? It seems I was the first person to discover the scene. The broken prosecutor award knife was stuck in the victim's body. What? But the prosecutor Marshall died from an unfortunate accident. That's only a situation you dreamed was possible. The reality is that it wasn't my sister who took the prosecutor's life. Fantasize all you want, Mr. Wright, but I never changed the statement. You mean Prosecutor Marshall wound up being killed by Dark? Something like that. If that's so, what happened to the other murder weapon then? Dark was carrying a switchblade knife. Oh, that was lying on the floor a little distance away. It was probably knocked away in the struggle. That's not how it went down. She's trying to cover up her lies with more lies. Or just to protect me. So when you found the scene like this, what did you do? After all, this was what everything boils down to. Yes. You planted the tip of Drake's and then moved the body? But why? Why would you do that? Of all people, you always had a good head on your shoulders. My head isn't that bad. Why did you move the body? Then, when you showed up the scene, where exactly was the victim's body? It was where you detected it by Chief Gant's desk. But the body was found on your desk. Why did you move it there? The reason for that is simple. Let's have the witness explain it in more detail. The reason Miss Guy moved the body. Miss Guy, I understand how you feel But you committed that crime 2 years ago to protect your sister. You mean the forgery at the scene where Neil Marshall was murdered? If that truth were to be exposed now, the past 2 years of your life will have been in vain. Even so, I am compelled to bring everyone's attention to a significant contradiction within your testimony. A contradiction in my testimony? You testify, and I quote, "The pieces of the jar shattered during the events and threatened my plan." That's right. Do you have a problem with that? It's simple. It's a simple oversight, really. You see, the message was written on the jar with the victim's blood. Yes, the prosecutor must have written his final moments. Exactly so. And this is where the contradiction lies. In order for the victim to be able to write the message on the jar, it must not have been broken yet before he died. Ah! He couldn't have written Emma's name on the shattered jar. Order, Your Honor. It would appear more information is needed in regard to this jar and its bloody message. We may be missing something critical here. Something critical? Chief Prosecutor? It seems you're in the dark as you're as in the dark as we are about the truth toward about the truth toward which we are headed. What? Just tell us exactly what you saw. Well, piece together the information to arrive at the truth. Very well. I immediately noticed the blood traces on the jar, but it was too dark in the room and I didn't have time to check it out. To be safe, I wiped away that blood. The fragments were large, so I'm not sure to get them all. All I could think about was wiping them clean before they were discovered. You mean you were the one who wiped away the message in blood? I wasn't chief prosecutor at the time. She didn't think Dark was the real murderer. That's why she tried to raise the real evidence. Very well, the defense now begin its cross-examination. Oh my god. This guy, I believe this jar conceals a truth even you are unaware of. What? We found the final piece of this jar in Chief Gant's safe. In the Chief Gant safe? But how? I knew it. She really didn't know. There's something even more disturbing about the final piece. There was still blood on it. But the witness just testified that she gathered every last piece and wiped the blood off them. Yes, which leaves us only with one explanation. On the night Prosecutor Marshall was murdered, you were not the first one to show up on the scene. Chief Gant got there before you. But couldn't the defendant have simply missed a piece? I'm afraid that's unlikely. The pieces are too big for anyone to miss, let alone an ace detective. That may well be, but everyone makes mistakes. Even I once wasted an entire day looking for my dentures. They were in my mouth all along. Ha! Could you believe that? Have you forgotten, Your Honor, when this witness arrived at the scene, the jar was already broken? Oh, that. There was no way a name could have been written on the jar written on a shattered jar. Another person discovered the scene prior to the witness. I hope you're not implying this person was not Chief Gant. At the time he was looking for dark. The question is, if he did arrive there first, why did he hide the fact for 2 years? Well, Your Honor, can you answer us that? Yeah. No! Shouldn't be a judge not on the side of anyone and being neutral? Wait, I'm not the one on trial here. Damon Gant arrived at the crime scene prior to the witness. He proceeded to break the jar and purposefully hit one of the broken pieces. Question: what is this action called? Fabrication of evidence. But why would Chief Gant do that? In light of what happened afterwards, isn't it clear? What happened afterwards? Discovering the scene, Lana Sky believed her sister Emma killed the victim. Determined to help her sister, she sought Gant's aid. Lending her his aid, Gant helped her create evidence that incriminated Dark, sparing Emma. And therein lies the reason. The reason why Miss Guy became the chief's puppet. That hurts if you bite your finger. No, I did it on my own. Please, sis, stop trying to protect the chief. I can't watch you suffer any more for my sake. No, you didn't. It wasn't you, Emma. You didn't kill anyone. I don't believe anything Mr. Wright says. Defense attorney make up the most foul lies to defend their clients. Foul lies? Imagine that coming from my own client. I guess you do seem to the type who likes to lie, likes to twist the truth. Wait a minute. What if we are still smack dab in the middle of Gant's trap? Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Lana? Maybe right after all. Huh, what do you mean? What, you do tell foul lies then? Miss Guy, please testify once more. But if evidence was fabricated behind your back, then Emma accidental killing of Prosecutor Marshall might be also a lie. But I do remember knocking over Mr. Marshall. Miss Guy, if you will. I can't. There's nothing to be afraid of anymore. This cross-examination may not change a thing. However, there's a possibility that it will if you tell the truth. Very well, I testify about what I really saw. All right, the witness may testify once more for the final time. Yeah, final. Sure. The actual crime scene. When I arrived, I found Mr. Marshall's body impaled on the suit of armor sword. Emma and Dark were lying unconscious on the floor nearby. When I saw what had happened, I thought she did it. That's why I erased all the evidence that linked to her murder. To her murder. I had Chief Gant to help me remove the body from the sword and carry it. But if it all really was a fabrication, Emma might be innocent. Unbelievable, the body was impaled on the armor sword? You were the only one who saw that. If only you had proof. Actually, I do have proof. I gave it to Mr. Wright just this morning. What? To me? It's a picture I took of the crime scene as I encountered it. I thought it might be needed, but I don't remember Lana must have known. See, Mr. Wright, she has faith in you. Very well. Present the picture. I don't remember. Lana said she gave it to you this morning, right? Seems... You want to sleep? Yeah. Soon. I seem to remember getting something. Let's check again the evidence. Check. Oh. Ah. Hey, there's a picture here. Oh my, this is the actual crime scene. No other detectives saw the crime scene like this because I contracted criminal affairs only after I had rearranged everything. Mr. Wright! That piece cut off from his vest. Could that be the cloth we found inside Chief Gant's safe? It was this? This is a handprint, isn't it? That cloth, it had fingerprints on it. Whose fingerprints? Those must be the real murderers. What? But those fingerprints. They are yours. Why are your lips turning all purple, Mr. Wright? Anyway, let's go on with the cross-examinations. So long as you tell the truth, we should have be able to flush out the real murderer. Very well. This is the poorest excuse of a trial, Chief Gant. What? No, you have to make me out as a bad guy too. So I'd like to put it another word or two in my defense. I'm afraid it's too late for that. What? You already declined to testify. That means you forfeit your right to make statements of any sort. This must be that risk we were talking about earlier. Just sit back, relax, and enjoy the sound of the nose tightening around your own neck. So you think I'm worried? Sorry to disappoint you, but I do not make any statements. What do you mean? The evidence will do that. Would do all the talking. Even if I can't testify, I can still present evidence. Yes, it's true. Wait, you mean you still have some conclusive evidence? No, I don't. But someone does. Someone? So what's your excuse, Writer? Why have you been keeping quiet about this? You do have something to show us, right? Something that proves who knocked over Neil Marshall, causing his death. Conclusive evidence that leaves no room for doubt. This is true, Mr. Wright? If I show the piece of evidence, am I sure to be made of the murderer? Mr. Wright, if you have any evidence, more evidence, present it now. And if you try to conceal anything, you will be one appearing before the board of... What do I do now? Better... Should I? Cannot show. Your Honor, I don't have any evidence that present at this point in time. What? You lie, Chief Gant. You opened my safe. I know you took what was inside. The conclusive evidence. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Wright. Why don't you show us them? We found them together. Oh, see? Because you know the truth, don't you? You know whose fingerprints are on it. That's why you won't present it. What are you talking about, Chief Gant? Can't you figure it out? Take a good look at the picture. The victim says, notice anything odd on the chest area? It looks like part of it's been cut out for some reason. You mean you had this in your safe? What? That means the chief of police have been concealing evidence. This is going to be the biggest scandal in the history of the police department. Haha, impressive. To be honest, I didn't think you had the gall, right? Well, I can't just let you pin me as the murderer. I'll tell you really what happened. What? You mean you admit it? Sure. I was the first person to arrive at the crime scene that day. It then occurred to me that I could use the situation to control Lana. So you really were manipulating her. I knew Lana. If I made her to look like the blame lays with her sister, that then when she saw the scene, she would have asked me for my aid. So you assisted, Miss Guy. I told her to arrange all the evidence. I had her plant the knife tip in the victim's body to move the body across the room, and ended up using that evidence to get Joe Dog convicted. When I tampered with the crime scene, I hid 2 pieces of evidence. This was before Lana arrived at the scene, mind you. 2 pieces of evidence, you mean those items in your safe. But why? For insurance, of course. Insurance? I was sure my plan would work, but it's always best to be prepared for the worst. I wasn't about to let anyone blame me for murder that girl committed. You mean you were calculating that fired while forging the evidence? What, do you take me for a fool? I didn't make police chief by dumb luck. This jar fragment? I hit the most legible part of Emma's name. I didn't expect Lana to go to wipe the blood of all the pieces. But if you fabricated all the evidence, what's to say you didn't fabricate the message on the jar too? Oh, some people just don't know when to quit, do they? That's why I kept the item for insurance. You mean the piece of cloth? Come on, Wright, cough it up already. I know you have it. What are you waiting for? So you admit it then, Chief Gant. That you were hiding the cloth you cut off the victim's vest in your safe? Yes, I admit it. I didn't want to have to do that, that being chief and all. But it's also a lot better than being portrayed as murderer. But you are. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have a moment ago you said, foolish move, writer. You should have shown it before it was too late. It's been a long battle. But the moment of truth finally arrived. As long I don't mess up, here's my victory. The victory is mine. Your Honor, I do have evidence to present now. Alright, then let's see the conclusive show. Evidence that shows who actually. Let me verify this one more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes, at least you finally brought it out into the open. There's a handprint on this cloth. Your Honor, the prosecution requests immediately to send it for a lab analysis. The handprint on the leather must have been a strong impact, have uh, from for being left so clearly. You mean it couldn't have been forged? It must be authentic, conclusive evidence. Ha ha ha! You're as slow as an uptake as ever, worthy. What? Think about it. Wright had it all the time to present this evidence. Yet he was so reluctant to do so. Why would that be? You mean you already know? You know whose fingerprints are on that? Mr. Wright, do you really know? Whoever the fingerprints belong to must be the real murderer. Those fingerprints. Very well, I'll tell you. I should be okay now. Everything proceeding as predicted. The person whom these fingerprints belong to is... Emma? Emma Sky. What? They're mine? I'm sorry, Emma, but why? Why didn't you tell me? Oh, you're really something, Brighto. I knew this girl did it all along. And you still tried to pin the murder on me. So it's true, tragic but true. This girl really did shove Prosecutor Marshall to his death. How could you? You monster! Miss Guy, you knew whose fingerprints those were all along. You acted like she really didn't. Miss Guy, it's not over yet. What? I said this trial isn't over yet, huh? But I'm afraid it's over, boy. Not only this trial, but your career too. You purposely concealed this conclusive evidence. That, my friend, is a serious offense. I'm looking forward to pressing charges after the defendant is convicted. I'll have your badge, boy. What is the matter, Cat Got Your Tongue? Aren't you going to tell us how it feels? How it feels to be the one who single-handedly turned a poor little girl into a murderer? Before I do that, there's one little thing I haven't cleared up. Oh, and that was? Who really killed Prosecutor Neil Marshall? What? Chief Gant? You're absolutely right. This piece of cloth proved who the real murderer is. Who killed Neil Marshall, you ask? It was Emma Sky, wasn't it? I'm afraid that's not possible. You see, this piece of cloth contains a critical contradiction. What? A contradiction? What is this fool babbling about? I'm talking about a contradiction. One that proves who the real killer is. Mr. Wright, this piece of cloth? What could it possibly contradict? Chief Gant, you tyrannical reign and seer. Behold, the piece of evidence that contradicts this cloth. And what exactly is this supposed to be? This is the picture Miss Sky took. Take a good look at it. See where the piece of his vest was cut. Yes, his shirt is showing underneath. It's hard to make out with all the blood on his vest, though. Exactly my point. His chest is soaked with blood. That's only natural. His lungs, no doubt, were punctured. Blood poured out of his mouth. But that piece of cloth? Wait! There's no blood on it. Huh? Since Emma Sky's fingerprints on this cloth, there's no doubt that she shoved the prosecutor aside. However, Mr. Marshall was not impaled by the sword at the time. No, this is nonsense. No, then, Chief Gant, let me ask you one thing. Prosecutor Marshall was not impaled when he was shoved aside. He most likely hit his head on the ground and was knocked out. If so, then tell me who could have could it have been? Who could have arrived at the scene before Miss Lana Sky, picked up the unconscious prosecutor, and impaled him on the armor's sword? Then, to make it look like Emma was responsible for the prosecutor's death, said person proceeded to write her name on the jar with the victim's blood. A jar that they then broke on purpose to leave behind a clue and make Lana believe her sister did it. Remember what you admitted moments ago? That you personally cut out this bloodless piece of the victim's vest. Ironic, isn't it? Through the very act of creating insurance, you proved that you were the actual murderer. Ah! It's all finally over. Oh, that was close, Righto. You almost had me. Sorry, but you all made. You have to do better than that. I refute your allegation. What do you mean you refute his allegations? You see, this piece of cloth is illegal evidence. Order, what nonsense is this? Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict the suspect. Remember, Archie? Earlier, all Righto here concealed that piece of cloth. So then, what's your excuse, Righto? Do you have some conclusive evidence, don't you? Your Honor, I don't have any evidence I can present at this point in time. Well, that's true. The defense did refuse to present evidence. At that moment, the piece of cloth ceased to be a legal evidence. But that's not fair. Oh, did you actually think you could best me in court? It looks like a last laugh on you, son. Well, I'm afraid Mr. Gant's claim is legally correct. Mr. Said was true. Illegal evidence cannot be used to convict a person, assuming, of course, that the evidence is indeed illegal. Huh? Well, Mr. Wright? It seems, at last, the time for my to reveal my plan has finally arrived. Mr. Wright, do you admit it? Did you purposefully and illegally conceal this piece of cloth? I admit, I refused to represent it at one point. Ha ha ha! So the evidence is illegal. No. No, it isn't, Mr. Gant, huh? It is not that I didn't present the evidence in. I said that I couldn't. What do you mean you couldn't? There are certain procedures involved when presenting evidence. No, Aggie, don't listen to his lies. He's not but a coward. You can't really... There's only one issue left to be resolved in this trial. Is this evidence legal or not? Very well, let us settle this once and for all. Earlier you refused to present the evidence. We need to, if you can conduct it was not in violation of the laws, then do so now. This is my proof. Evidence law. What's this? I have done my homework too, Chief. If Emma's guy's fingerprint were on this piece of cloth. However, at that point in time, this was merely a piece of cloth, nothing more. What? You see, it's written in here in this book, the second rule of the evidence law. Rule number 1: no evidence shall be shown without the approval of the police department. I found this piece of evidence myself inside your safe. It goes without the saying I did not have approval from the police department. Rule 2: unregistered evidence must be relevant to the case on trial. And here's the crux of the matter. You see, at the time, it was impossible for me to prove the relevance between the cloth and the SL9 incident. What? What kind of nonsense is this? You want the relevancy? Just take one look at this picture and... Sorry, but can I recall when was the But can you recall when was that picture represented? It was shown only a few moments ago. No, he's right. At the beginning of today's trial, that piece of cloth was still meaningless. The person who gave the value to it as evidence was you, Damon Gant. You yourself confessed to a certain truth. Let me verify this one more. On the day of the crime, you personally cut out this piece of the victim's vest. Oh yes! No! It was then that you approved this cloth as conclusive evidence. Yes, you, the chief of police, personally approved this cloth. The only person who could have cut this from the victim's vest is the one who stood before the prosecutor marshal in these final moments. In other words, the real murderer, and there's only one person who that could be. Damon Gant, the killer was you. He lost it. He lost it. He got mania. I knew I should gotten rid of him. That good-for-nothing scum. For 2 years he been snooping around the department trying to get something on me. Crimes are being committed every day, yet he insisted on hounding me. Well, your crime wasn't exactly pity. I wanted to re-investigate the case. He recruited Angel Starr, then convinced Bruce Goodman, Detective Goodman. Yeah, that's right. If the evidence is transferred, I lose my only chance to find out the truth. Please, you got to help me. Goodman turned him down, as he ought so. Still, Jake Marshall didn't know when to quit. He stole Goodman's ID card and tried to take the evidence. Goodman came to me that day. He wanted to file a lost item report. I went with him to the evidence room. Then, all of a sudden, he decided to speak out. What are you talking about, Goodman? Can you please reopen the investigation, Chief? We can't transfer the evidence out. There's too many questions left unanswered. Heh, he opened his evidence locker, and as he was taking out the evidence, he said, "It's not too late. I'm going to hand all this over to Marshall." Well, to be honest, I was a bit taken aback by his words. I had a bad feeling when he came to me, but I never thought he'd bring up SL9. That's when I saw it, that accursed knife. Oh fuck! I forgot to turn on the music! Ah! Shit! Oh fuck! Whoopsie! I couldn't just pull it out. Doing so would have led to more blood, making it near impossible to hide your crime. Even so, the blood was just pouring out. I didn't know who might stumble in, so I hurried and wiped it. I was worrying so much about the floor, I didn't realize my fatal mistake. The bloody handprint on Detective Gumshoe's locker. I used to be known as a crime computer, but everyone has to start somewhere, I guess. I was too nervous. I had no business doing any of it. Then you put the body in my car. I'm sorry, I couldn't think of any other way to move the body. I broke your trunk, but what's the big deal? You make a lot more than us detectives ever will. Ah! Leaving the prosecution's car aside, how could you get Miss Guy involved in all of this? Well, she had as much to lose as I did if the truth came out. So you took evidence from Detective Goodman's locker. I felt bad for having to do it. I also didn't have the time to pick and choose what to take. So you left the jar, fragments and the glove. Yeah. It looks like it was better off being an investigator of the crimes than a combator. They all did their best to get in my way. I've got to hand it to them. They do their jobs well, much to my dismay. Fake evidence doesn't hold up very well upon close examination. You must have known that. Tell me, worthy, why did you stand in court? Me? You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, we are the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you try to go it alone. Well, it looks like it's time to say goodbye. Oh, Aji, what? Looks like we'll have to cancel that lunch date. Sorry, old friend. I'm sorry too, Gamegand. I know you as I knew you as you used to be long ago. You were once a fine investigator and an example to others, to the force. I'm sorry to learn that you are no longer that person. Those days are gone now, Adi. Thanks for all the memories though. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Now you have Wright here. And Burley. With those two around, you can't go wrong. In fact, I can hear them already. The melodious sound of a new beginning. There are two things I want you to understand. Yes, first, your sister never hurt anyone. Second, Damon Gant betrayed you from the beginning. You see, Miss Guy, you no longer have any reason to keep silent. You're right. When this trial is over, I tell everything. All I've done in the past 2 years, from the time I had Gant help me to forge evidence up to until today. So it seems all the questions raised in this trial have been answered. I'm sorry, Miss Guy, couldn't get you out of all your trouble. My, what high standards you have for a rookie. I can see why Mia thought so highly of you. Who knows? A few years from now, you might make it well to the top. I owe you my thanks, Wright. Miss Guy, and you too, Mr. Edgeworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over these past few days. Believe me, I know how much of an ordeal it has been for you. It was nothing! Liar. I was worried the pressure might break you, and yet you rose above it all and guided Mr. Wright to victory. You've done well, Mr. Edgeworth. Stop it! I only did my job! Edgeworth is blushy. Like, blushy. In light of this case, it seems a good self-examination. Examining is in order for order. Miss Guy, yes, Your Honor, you're innocent of murder. However, although the chief blackmailed you, the fact is still that you acted as his accomplice. The trial will be scheduled for these crimes at a later date. Yes, I understand, Your Honor. Is there something amusing about this? Why are you smiling? It's been a long time, Your Honor. A long time since I ever felt free of those heavy chains. We got the not guilty verdict! Well, this trial has gone on far too long already. Regarding the charge of murder, this court finds the defendant, Miss Lana Sky, not guilty. Yay! I did it! I didn't get her executed. That's all. The court is adjourned. 5 p.m. At long last, it's finally over. Emma? Why the long face? I'm sorry your sister didn't get completely off the hook, but at least she wasn't convicted of a murder she didn't commit. No, that's not. Just, no, after the trial ended, I can see why Mia Fey thought so highly of you. I owe you my thanks, Mr. Wright. And to you, too, Mr. Ashworth. You suffered every bit as much as I have over the past few days. You'd have done well. You know, I did my best too. But Lana didn't say a single word to me. I hope I'm not interrupting anything, Paul. Oh, guess I am. I come back later. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Making a detective run all well, on top of this, you call me a... Hey, listening up, boys, I'm only kidding. Oh, are you here to see because of my sister again? Nope, this I came today because of you, Paul. Me? That's right, I thought you liked to see someone. Lana! Should you be doing this? She's still under arrest, you know? Well, I won't tell if you won't. Emma, I owe you an apology. It's okay, sis. Don't worry about it. Today, 2 years ago, that day 2 years ago, it was the first time in my life I ever panicked. It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. All I could think about was keeping you from getting wrapped up in this mess. Sis, I asked Gan to help me to cover up the truth. I thought I was doing it for your sake, but now I realized I was wrong. I changed after that day. I had to. It was the only way I could make it through the past 2 years. I knew how much I was hurting you by distancing myself, but I couldn't bring myself to tell you what I did. I was scared. Scared that you look at me with those eyes of yours. I was scared of how would you react if you know, but sis, you were only doing it for me. No! I turned my back on you after that day. I was hiding. I'm hiding that I believed to be the truth. I was deceiving you. Sis, I'm such a fool. It took me all this time to realize it. Emma, I'm sorry. But sis, you don't have to apologize. I'm happy now. You are? Happy? Of course. You know, sis, I always knew that one day you'd come back, and now you have. Oh, Emma. Aww, so cute. No one can change the past. The only thing we can do this is strive to make up for our mistakes. Why must we make up for our mistakes, you ask? Because in doing so, we can find the way back to our rightful path. And it is from there we can move toward a brighter future. At least that's what I felt watching these two sisters make up. Mr. Wright, Mr. Gumshoe, me? Thank you both for all that you've done. I'm sure we'll meet again someday. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Edgeworth? Stop hiding and come over here. There he was hiding! I just came to say congratulations. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Right, well, I'll be going now. Bye! Mr. Edgeworth, I hope you don't blame yourself for what happened. We weren't the only ones who acted corruptly. Not you. It's too late for me. No matter what anyone may say, I realize today I can't correct my mistake. Miss Edgeworth. Not only that, but I don't even trust myself anymore. Chief Gant was right. You despise criminals. I can feel it. You and me, well, we were the same. One day you'll understand. Oh, believe me, you will. You're just one man. You'll see what it really takes to bring them down once you tried to go it alone. I do despise criminals. I plan to dedicate my entire life to fighting them. But in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. It's scary, but I've known that to be true for quite some time now. But Edgeworth? Who knows? Given enough time, I might have tried to pull something like Chief Gantu. That thought terrifies me. That's why I can't continue as prosecutor. Edgeworth? Don't you understand? Damon Gant and your mentor, Manfred von Karma, we're both the best of when it came fighting to fight crime, but they both made the same mistake. You said in order to fight crime on my own, I need a weapon. That may be true, but think back to today's trial. You weren't alone. You were working together with Mr. Wright, and because of that partnership, you were able to present evidence and otherwise would have gone undiscovered. Isn't that right, Mr. Wright? Huh? Yeah? Is that a pop quiz? Come on, Wright, show him what Lana's talking about. Evidence, huh? Something that neither Edgeworth nor I could be able to find on. That might mean something to you, but it don't seem how I had to do with our partnership, huh? Mr. Wright, it seems you still have a lot to learn as well. I guess that wasn't the right piece of evidence. It's time for me to go. Mr. Edgeworth, if you excuse me, there still is some loose ends that need wrapping up. Take care, Chief Prosecutor. Edgeworth, what will you do now? Well, whatever you do, just remember, you can't let what happened kill the prosecutor in you, or you can let it help you grow. In the end, it's up to you. I know. It seems I owe you my thanks too, right? But what I face now is my problem. Edgeworth, I became waiting for you in court. Farewell. I better be going too. Okay, but I'll be visiting you. I will be visiting you also. It seems we both have a lot to learn and catching up to do. Yeah, it's a little something for you. Scientific investigation. This is the first book I ever bought. Study it well. Thanks, sis. I will. And so another case came to a close. As for the sisters, I have faith. Faith that their lives have only just begun. And for me, I think it's time I started on a new journey of my own. A journey to rediscover myself. Well, don't go trekking off just yet, Paul. Huh? What is it, detective? There's just a little matter that will to be resolved about the chief prosecutor. You see, she isn't supposed to be out of jail like this, but I thought you said it was okay. Yeah, well, it may be okay with me, but the folks at the prison are a different story. Ha! Basically, I had to bribe a guard in order to sneak her out for 30 minutes. Believe me, it wasn't cheap either. Way to go, detective. I didn't know you had a wild side. Yeah, well, you see, Mr. Wright here is the one who will be footing the bill. What, you think I could afford it with my salary? You gotta be kidding me, Paul. Huh? Thank you, Mr. Wright. You're the best. Why is it I suddenly feel like I want to scream? Hey, I got an idea. Why don't we all pay it off together? Yeah, that's a great idea. Come on, guys. Let's go. We did it! We did it, guys! I arranged for a friend of mine in Europe. She will be pleased to study under her top coroner. As for me, this affair has pretty much ended my days at the prosecutor's office. Still, I managed to find my way back. Then I'll be able to investigate crimes with Emma together. Yikes, I thought I was gonna for a moment there. In the end though, they overlooked my unauthorized investigation of the chief office. If we penalize you anymore, I'd be worse than firing you. Yep, that's what they said. It just goes to show, you can't shake me off that easily. We should have it done! My new mission is to guard the main entrance of the Billy. Can you believe it? I got to my partner keeping an eye on the entrance for me today. I'll show them. Someday I make it to a detective. Yes, sir, I can be just like Dick Gumshoe. No! Please, no! Stay away as a detective. We don't need a second gumshoe. Dance, dance. Oops. Oopsie. So, yeah, that was Phoenix, right? The first one? What is it? Can't you see having me, Mrs. Star managed to sneak me in, so she's seeing one of the well, cowboy. It looks like you did it. You even gave the back dinner. I make sure Billy and the gang get the water? Looks like we won't be seeing each other for a while. It's a farewell gift. I put the new... That's a top layer taste as a bitter defeat. Kids seem to shouldn't eat it backwards. What? Anyway, I need a long fucking break. No, I never forget what that young defense lawyer said after the trial. Let's see what his name was again. Mr. Left? Anyway, he said he's doing something for how many years? Anyway, I've got another trial to get. Huh? Oh no! I forgot my cable! Sorry, gotta go! How is he still a judge? This freaking case took like 10 hours, 11 hours. I need a little break. Nothing soothes the soul like fresh country as this. Sometimes I do miss hearing your stick can't go back until I'm full-fledged. Mystic Maya, afternoon training is about to begin. Coming! Well, see you around, Nick. At least we saw Maya once again. Yeah, 11 hours insanity. It was good that I split it up. Mr. Edgeworth? Mr. Edgeworth? I brought you your tea. What's going on? He resigns. Oh no! Thanks for coming to see me off. I can't believe I'm going to Europe. Thanks to you, Mr. Wright. Thanks you so much for everything. I'm a little sad, but I will be alright. Whenever I want to see Lana, I have to do this to open this book. Aww. So sweet. So sweet. I did it! Oh my gosh. And with that, I say thank you all for watching. I will stream on Halloween. He will sleep Sallyface, being with this bitty spoopy, because Discord decided to make a spoopy Halloween stream. So yeah, see you all on Thursday. Have a good night, have a good rest day, whatever. Just thank you all for watching and see ya. Bye bye.